Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
She's the first one.
Are you ready, Mr. Dempsey? Is there going to be a student this evening? Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us in person, and to those that are in streaming, thank you for joining us as well. So I now call this regular school board meeting for our Gadsden Independent School District School Board to order for Thursday, January 12th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Mr. Cano,
Present.
Mr. Castillo,
Present.
Ms. Flores,
Present.
Ms. Murillo. Present. Ms. Rodriguez. Present. Madam President, we have established quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Mexican flag. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Mr. Castillo, can you please read our mission statement?
The Gadsden Independent School District will provide diverse educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Moving on to item 3 on our agenda, our Superintendent Dempsey's district updates and recognition. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, thank you for joining us this evening. Our first item, January is Board Member Appreciation Month, and I would definitely like to express my sincere appreciation to our school board members for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to education, to the education of our students. You play a vital role in the governance of our district, and in front of each of you is a small gift to show our gratitude for your work. Thank you for your service to the communities that make up Gadsden ISD. Okay, moving on to our next item, we get to recognize this evening our all-state musicians, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey, President Flores, and members of the board. It's my pleasure to take time to recognize the students from our district that qualified for the New Mexico Choral Directors Elementary All-State Choir and the New Mexico Music Aiders Association All-State Band and Choir. If I could have the elementary kids come on. The elementary kids, we'll start with them. They haven't performed yet. They'll be going to Farmington in 2 weeks. So we wanted to recognize them tonight, give them a nice plaque. Ms. Tarazona is going to be helping with the plaques. Right there. Yeah, they'll go and get a reward, okay? So kids, when you come get your plaque, you're going to come get over here and then come this way, all right? All right, we'll start with the elementary school kids. From Santa Teresa Elementary is Abby Garcia and Julie Oberman. Their teacher. And their teacher is Melissa Solares. Okay, our next school is from Sunland Park Elementary. We have Haley Galvan, Matthew Gonzalez, Kimberly Lozoya, and Camilo Mota. And their teacher is Miss Sara Urea. While they're finishing up, these students will be, like I said, traveling to Farmington in 2 weeks, and they'll be putting together with all elementary kids from across the state, making a huge, big old choir. And our last school is from Yucca Heights. We have Zendaya Elisario, Helen Hernandez, Martin Martinez, and Naomi Salas. And their teacher is Mr. Abraham Uribe. All right, next we have the New Mexico Music Educators Association All-State Choir members from Gadsden High School. One of them could not be here tonight, but we have with us Emma Fernandez and Israel Quiros from Gadsden High School. And they got to perform in a choir of about 350 from across the state, and their performance was awe-inspiring. It was incredible. Oh, sit it down there. There we go. And next is the New Mexico Music Educators Association All-State Band from Santa Teresa High School. And Santa Teresa High School had the most all-state students of any of the students across the state. So congratulations to them. And we'll start with Kimberly Arzola. Zoe Carr Piccioni. Angel Galindo. Francisco Garcia. Desiree Godinez. Jaime Godinez. Brianna Guapo. Benjamin Jimenez. Preston Johnson. Jeremy Lampman. Daphne Morales. And Genesis Veloz. I forgot to mention that the choir director at Gadsden High School is Miss Margarita Miller. Is she still here? And the band director at Santa Teresa is Miss Alma Beach. Where is she? Okay. Yeah. One of the students from Yucca Heights just showed up, so we'll have her come on up.
Madam President, board members, I would recommend you stay there. We'll get to recognize another group here. So our next recognition of our Gadsden ISD National Board Certified Teachers. Ms. Lugo? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's pause for a second so we can recognize the young man.
Okay. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, it's like with so much pride and happiness that we are going to recognize these teachers with this huge, amazing accomplishment that is like, I think all of us educators here feel is like, right? It's the best of the best of the best. And we have them here. And we're very proud to recognize. But before we go to this, I think something that I would like to share with you is that I think the person we have to be thankful for this is Miss Fields. She had this dream. She really wanted to make it happen. All we are doing is following her leadership. And I think this is thanks to her vision and how she guided us on putting these monies on Title II to make sure that we support and we create and we grow our own national board teachers. So Ms. Fields, all her merit to her. And Ms. Lugo will tell you everything.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. We're very happy and proud to present our new National Board Certified Teachers. As you recall, on a previous board meeting, we told you that 9 candidates had submitted their National Board certification. Well, 8 of those teachers achieved certification. 2 of them unfortunately left the district, and we ended up with 6 new National Board teachers, which we will introduce at this time. National Board Certified Teacher Carlos Enriquez. He is from Gadsden High School. National Board Certified Teacher Blanca Cardona Gutierrez. From Gadsden High School.
National Board Certified Teacher Claudia Muniz from Gadsden High School. National Board Certified Teacher Brenda Delgadillo. And Brenda Delgadillo is from Gadsden High School as well. And so next we have National Board Certified Teacher Janet Gomez Duran. Early Childhood Education. Okay. And finally, Nationally Board Certified Teacher Amanda Flores, Early Childhood Education.
That's great. Hello. Good morning. Thank you.
Madam President, board members, I would like to spend just a second there, just a little minute, to recognize the team that supports that work. And that group of individuals, Ms. Lugo, will you have Ms. Villalobos, would you have your team just stand up real quick? I don't know if we might have lost them, right? Oh, okay. These ladies are simply amazing, and they're national board certified teachers who help support national board certified teachers. And I'm going to, through this process, I want you to understand, when you think of the elite, the best of the best, that's what this process represents. That's what those individuals represent. It is so focused, though, on student need, student achievement. And without this team here, typically, and Ms. Lugo, help me here with these numbers, typically about a 30% pass rate.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, with support, it's 45%. The statistics nationally, it's 45% passing score. Without support, it's 15%. So it makes a difference.
And you far exceeded the 50%. So thank you so much for your work. It's a tremendous, think of a writing process that almost probably feels like it never ends, right? Where we look at something and, no, that's not exactly it, right? And I see one of our national board starts shaking her head. It's constant critical thinking of what you do in your practice. And I cannot tell you how proud I am of this group and all the work they've done. And our kids are getting the best instruction. This represents the best instruction we could possibly give. So congratulations. Thank you, ladies. Moving on to our next item, our student representative, Mr. Ortiz, who is a senior at Santa Teresa High School.
Good afternoon, President Flores, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Samuel Ortiz. I am the Senior Student Leadership Representative at Santa Teresa High School. This evening, I will share with you a quick series of updates about our school. Our admin has been making a strong effort to keep tardies to a minimum. Although there is a lot to be done, students have communicated some ideas from various sources to our administration that hopefully will make a difference. STHS held a fantastic Las Vegas-themed homecoming and now officially begun the selling of our prom tickets for March 24th, with the theme being A Night in Mystery. Our junior class is presenting its second annual boys volleyball game. Our promising junior boys will face a uniquely strong yet inconsistent senior boys team that will certainly be a spectacle to watch. Our NJROTC and National Honor Society held a food bank on campus, partnering with social worker Gama Soto and Roadrunner Food Banks, providing the best food available to our community. Our varsity football, volleyball, and boys soccer teams all won their respective district championships. And with that, all of our fall sports have officially ended, with the winter sports seasons now underway. Our computer science program were part of the winners of the Governor's STEM Challenge of providing a solution to the sustainable and green manufacturing problem dilemmas in New Mexico, and were recently finalists in the Samsung Software Tomorrow competition. I personally would like to recognize the efforts of one of our teachers, Mr. Martinez, who has contributed immensely to the success of our annual talent show and the spectacular drama, The Raven, which he orchestrated. But I would mostly like to highlight his passion for the students and his will to be such a kind and charismatic person in any situation. Finally, our senior class have finally begun their string of annual senior events that pay homage to the memories us as a class have created, being a part of this beautiful community. We had a successful senior sunrise and are hosting a school lock-in this Friday. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Good job. Okay, we're to board member report. Ms. Morillo, do you want us to get us started this evening?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. It was a nice break, and I'm sure you guys had one as well. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your report. I always like to see students up here, and I highly encourage everybody else to join being a student representative. I think it's awesome, you know, and keeps us on our toes. So thank you so much for being here. We had our superintendent evaluation on Saturday. It was long, very, very long. My fellow board member here, Danny, it was amazing seeing him participating and sitting right next to us, as always. Also, we attended the Desert Pride Academy graduation, and I look forward to seeing the graduations this May. And it was quiet, and I know this semester is not going to be quiet anymore. So I look forward for meetings and attending your games. And congratulations to Santa Teresa High School, and the band that made it to All-State. And I look forward for the many accomplishments that I get to see with this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murillo. Mr. Cano?
Good evening, and Happy New Year, as well as Merry Christmas to everybody. I want to first start off saying congratulations to all the students in the choral and in the band that are going into, and wish them very luck when they're going into competition. I also want to congratulate all the teachers that took the NBCT certification exam and passing it with flying colors. Even though we lost 2 on the way, but I still feel that we graduated with 100% of the instructors that went out there. Congratulations. I agree with Ms. Murillo. We did have a long meeting with the evaluation with the superintendent, and I also want to thank everybody for those who attended from Sunland Park. I know that we've got some major decisions that we've got to do, and I thank everybody for attending, those that attended in prior to it. And it seems like our main concern that we're having is just the fact of our SPED students moving over to a new school. And I'd like to assure all the parents that do have students at Sunland Park, just rest assured that we are trying to do the best for our students, so that way they can continue, especially our SPED students. We wouldn't just move things around just to move it around and have fun. No, we're doing it for something and a good reason. And thank you, and just keep the support up for us, okay? And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Cano. Mr. Castillo?
Thank you, sir. And again, as mentioned before, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas. Hopefully everybody got what they needed and some of what they wanted. And with that, again, nice break. And just to clarify, because Ms. Murillo said I participated, that meant I talked, because I usually don't talk. So I do show up to the places. I just, anyway. Congratulations to the kids. I got a kick out of the elementary kids because it looked like they were shy, but they're standing in front of a bunch of people singing. But then here they're all shy. But congratulations to them. To the teachers, congratulations. It's a lot of hard work. Again, I've always said I can't even look pretty up here. It's you guys, it's the teachers that do all the work. I have 4 kids. Products of Gadsden, all graduated from college. I got 2. My youngest daughter just got her master's in early childhood development. My youngest son is getting his master's in training, athletic training, and it's all because of you guys. So congratulations to you guys, because it's you guys that do the hard work. Again, I can't even look pretty up here, and I really appreciate what you do for our kids, namely mine. So thank you very much, and congratulations to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Ms. Rodriguez?
Happy New Year to everyone, and yes, it feels good to be back. It seemed like it was long, but I think when it was getting closer, we all were hoping for another week. But welcome. And definitely thank you to the choir and everyone that works with them, and the band. I can attest that the experience that these kids have just going to a different place, and they're not going close by, they're going to Farmington. I can say that experience is phenomenal. My daughter, that is a music teacher, was part of that team that actually they went to Farmington her very first year. She was only a 3rd grader, and it's amazing. I mean, just to see how they get together and They have music and they become one team, you know, and it's kids from all over the state. So I know that they're going to have a great experience. She continued on to high school, and so same thing for the high school students. It doesn't stop. It's an experience that you will remember for the rest of your lives. And for the band, I'm excited. I don't know exactly how that one works, but I'm sure that they're going to be having lots of fun as well. As for the National Board Certified Teachers, thank you to all the teachers that have supported them. You know, 45% without support. It's 15 without support. You know, that's a number. That's a huge number. That if they didn't have that support, the teachers here wouldn't have accomplished that. And so thank you for working with them. I know Vero is very dedicated in everything that she does. I'm very proud to say that I've known Vero forever, and I know that her dedication and her wanting to support and help is there. So congratulations to everyone that attained that, and I would encourage anyone that wants to be a part of this to please join. You know, it's a great thing that you'll be able to have that support. Don't feel like you're alone, and I know it's a big task. I've only heard, and just hearing, you know, it gives me chills. I can't imagine the ones that are doing that, and as you noticed, we took a picture with one of the families. I really appreciated that because, you know, this isn't just the teachers, it's a group effort, and so it takes the family, you know, to be there and supporting and being a part of this as well, so thank you. I will talk about Saturday as well. It was very long, but very, very educational and very informative. And of course, these sessions that we have is to become better. Just as everyone, you know, we all need to have some kind of professional development, and then there's things that we need to work on. And so in this case, it was a work session to talk about the superintendent's evaluation. And so that is important, and I think we all really did it, you know, even though that we're here from around 8:30 in the morning until around 6. So it was very, very long, but very worthwhile. Graduation at Desert Pride, I want to thank Ms. Ludwig. You know, she was riding her little bike there. She had a procedure, and she was not going to, you know, there was no way that she was going to stay behind. And so I greatly appreciate that. That just shows the dedication that our principals, you know, all the administrators and staff from Gadsden, that's the dedication that you all have. You know, being there for your kids no matter what, no matter how we're feeling. And sometimes we go through things that are not you know, it hurts as a family, but we need to continue. And everything that we do, I think that we do it because of that, because we want this community, we want the Gadsden Independent School District to be the best one in the state. And I just want to, you all talked about, or Mr. Cano talked about the meeting, the community meeting that happened for this area regarding the school, the closure of a school. I want to remind you all that there's going to be one also for Mesquite, and I believe it's January 17th. So it's coming up. Please make sure that you attend, because your voice is extremely important. We're here to hear what you all need, but we need to hear directly from you all. So, you know, come so you can be informed as for what is the reason that this is being, why we're having to hold these conversations. And again, it'll be January 17th. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Flores?
Again, good evening. Thank you for joining us this evening. And so, yes, I'd like to congratulate once again the Desert Pride Rattlers. I was trying to find a quote on you, Ms. Ludwig, because it's the speech you gave at the last graduation where you're saying, strike for excellence, strike for, I love that. And I have it written down, pero no lo encontré. But congratulations to your kiddos, and thank you for being there for your kids. It was awesome to be there as always. So congratulations, Rattlers. And let me see. So congratulations also to our students that came up here. Having those programs is important, and having fine arts, which is very important in the form of choir or band, so it's very important because not everybody's an athlete, and so other opportunities of programming are important for all of our students. And then I also forgot to say Happy New Year, Feliz Año Nuevo to everybody. And then also, why, I'm the board member that takes pictures, as you probably see me. And, I was taking pictures of the ladies because I actually know what it is to be a national board certified teacher too, because I usually don't do this, but heck, why not? Like, I'm gonna pat myself on the back because I'm actually a national board certified teacher, and I submitted back in May along with my colleagues. And so you have to wait, you submit in May, and you have to wait all the way till December 10th to find out. A quick little story I shared with some of you is that I knew December 10th was the day, but I have a lot on my plate. And when it came down to, they told me 10 o'clock or midnight is when you find out. Well, I went to bed because I was tired, and I couldn't find my credentials for logging into finding out if I had passed or not. So it wasn't until, was it Sunday, that I found it? And it was just, I think it was perfect. It was meant to be. Everybody was asleep. And then I was like, okay, ready or not, here it goes. I hope I see cuetes, which are fireworks. That's how you know you passed. And so thank God. I thank God first, and my family for supporting me, and my colleagues that I also attained. And so congratulations to each and one of those individuals, because it is a lot of work and it is well worth it. And I also want to encourage those others who may not have attained or achieved or passed this time around. And to anybody hearing here, even if you're not from Gadsden, don't be discouraged, because guess what? I was one of those that did not pass the first time. And it was, it hurt right here, right? And so yes, crying and all that, but don't give up, because you can do this, and it's learning experience. And I would challenge all of you out there who are teachers and administrators to go for your national board certification. And then I also want to share that, just a reminder that I do sit on the board of directors for the New Mexico MBCT network as a liaison for the New Mexico School Board Association. And I just received an email that we have a board meeting here shortly this month. But do know that also the New Mexico MBCT network is working, has been working for the past 3 years. This is very important because there are administrators, there are coordinators who currently do not receive that national board stipend, because it is written in legislation that only certified teachers. So they are working I believe Joanne Ferrari, a state rep up in Las Cruces, is going to be the sponsor for that bill, and trying to, what I heard, legislation is all for it. Where the buck stop was at the governor's office. So hopefully this year she will approve that, which would mean that our principals, our coordinators, people who are out of the classroom, who are national board certified teachers, would also be receiving that stipend. And so, God willing, that happens. So, I just wanted you to know that MBCT is working on that. And then I also, like all my colleagues said, Saturday, we spent, it was a long day, yes it was, but it was well worth it. I want to thank Elena Gallegos, who is from Walsh and Gallegos. She was the lawyer who helped us in the superintendent's evaluation. And it was, for me, I'm a nerd when it comes to this, it was awesome. I really enjoyed it. It was a learning experience, and so thank you for your support, Elena. And it was, and then later on, the report will come out, or to you, sir. And do know that you guys will not get to know that, because those are personnel issues. So, but you know, as the public, you do deserve that he was evaluated. And then later on, we will meet also an executive session to let you know your eval. With that, I conclude my report. Okay, let's see. So moving on to Human Resources Report. Please know that this does not require board action. That is for public knowledge, so it does not require board action. Okay. Moving on to item 5, modification of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda as is.
Vice President Castillo has made a motion to accept the agenda as is. Superintendent Dempsey?
So recommend.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 6, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'll make a motion to accept the regular school board meeting for December 8th, 2022.
Mr. Cano has made a motion to accept board minutes for December 8, 2022. Superintendent Dempsey,
So recommend.
all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to our consent agenda, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I might make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as is.
Ms. Murillo has made a motion to accept the consent agenda as is. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, Superintendent Dempsey?
So recommend.
All aye, all opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to open forum, Mrs. Delgado, do we have any speakers this evening?
Madam President, we do have open forum.
Okay. Okay, so we do have 3 speakers that. Okay. Okay, we have 4 speakers that would like to address the board, and I would like to remind the speakers that personal attacks upon board members, staff personnel, or other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board are strongly discouraged. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representations concerning others that convey an unjustly unfavorable impression may subject the presenter to civil action for defamation. Policies KE, KEB, KEC, and KED are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. And then I do want to let the speakers know that you do have 5 minutes to address the board, and also to clarify, we cannot answer questions. You may pose questions, but we cannot interact with you. We can only listen. And do know that once our board meeting is over, this is handed back to Mr. Dempsey's administrative assistant. It is in the information, your contact information, your name is entered into a Google sheet, and then it is the superintendent's responsibility to call you or address delegates to address your concerns and help you with whatever you're trying, with your concerns, okay? With that, I'm gonna call our first speaker, and that would be Rocky Bacchus. If you could step to the podium. And good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, superintendent. My name is Rocky Bacchus. I'm the general manager of Mesilla Park Services, and I wanted to speak to you very briefly. Sometimes when something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. On the other hand, when something takes over 10 years to get through the legislature, takes another couple of years to get baked in, and then finally comes out, there's an opportunity which is here now. So I want to tell you that community solar was passed by the legislature a couple of years ago. The New Mexico Public Regulatory Commission has provided rules, and we would like to work with you to provide solar to your schools, perhaps up to 15 of them at no cost to you whatsoever. All of this would be installed on parking lots, so it will not affect any buildings. It would provide shaded parking to your teachers and staff, and it would provide a significant reduction in your electrical costs. I know you've been out for a while. We've been trying to contact you. We've done the engineering on all of your schools. I think we've emailed that to some of your people. I know that we've contacted some tech secretaries, but we haven't gotten any calls back. And I know people have been out, so I'm not complaining. But there's a short time frame. It's a statewide RFP. It's competitive in that there's a point system to determine it. I believe we're the only ones working with schools, so it's not like there's other people that are going to approach you. Most of what's being done is solar farms. So if you've seen the one at between I-10 and 25 up by NMSU, that's a solar farm. That's a small one. That's about 3.5 megawatts. Most of them will be 7 megawatts. What we're doing is working directly with schools because there's greater value to that. Again, there is no cost to you. We, in fact, would like to lease the space, and we need to have a signed lease, which if the project doesn't go through, we don't get allocated, it'll cancel out. But we need to have a lease opportunity to lease your airspace, the space above the parking places, and we provide a contract for that. But we need to look at it quickly because It has to be submitted by the 30th of this month. So it's very, very tight time frame. And when something takes 10 years to get and then all of a sudden you got to submit it, it's very tight. So I just would request an opportunity to meet with you or your staff or whoever we should. You've got my phone number there, and we very much appreciate your time. It's an incredible opportunity, and being able to be green, displace the otherwise non-green electricity would use, provide parking to your people, covered parking to your people. These are all benefits, and we hope we can get together and take a look at it seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker is Community Solar, Robert Estrada. You may step to the podium.
I'll just keep mine brief. Thank you, President Flores and board members. I'm here also with Rocky. I'm actually the HR director for Yellowbird. Like I said, it's a once-in-an-opportunity lifetime, or it's come up for Community Solar here. It provides educational benefits for your students. They'll see renewable energy in your parking lots. And me as the HR training director for a company, we were hoping to hire students for renewable jobs. And that's one of my goals, is to hire local students to work for us and put the solar up and learn electrical contracting, solar contracting. So we're looking for the future, providing jobs. Not everybody goes to school, not everybody gets a master's degree. You know, college is not for everybody, so we do provide jobs, HVAC apprentice programs, we provide electrical apprentice programs, and then solar, there's no apprentice program right now, but they do have certificates, so, and we are working to get those certificates for you. And these jobs will be kept here in southern New Mexico, so that's just my little spiel, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada, for joining us this evening. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, our next speaker is let's see, Teresa Ortega. If you can step up to the podium, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Madam President, school board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. I understand that the Gadsden pool will be on the agenda tonight, so I just wanted to make a brief statement. In order for us to better understand what is involved in the maintenance and upkeep of the Gadsden pool, Gadsden District pool, as well as who has historically been in charge of day-to-day operations, we would like to ask for and receive a breakdown of costs associated with the maintenance/upkeep of the pool. Also, the projected cost for this coming year and where the funds for this cost have typically come from. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ortega. And then finally, our fourth speaker is Veronica Mornares, Vivian Salazar, and Carla Esquivel. Please step up to the podium. Evening, ladies, and welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Veronica Monares. I'm a parent from Santa Teresa High School. Right next to me, I have my daughter, and next to me, we have Carla Esquivel. So we come on behalf of our basketball team. We have emailed a lot of emails. So it's been getting to board right now that actually we sent more than 6 emails regarding our basketball coach. Her name's Sandra Alvarado. So because of nobody has heard us, nobody has heard of the outcry for our daughters and for our players, we decided to do a petition. We do have a petition right here, and we do have our daughters stating what they feel. They have been conducted a survey before. It's been almost for 2 years that we've been struggling with this problem. Nothing has been done. She doesn't respect the 504 and the kids. She has not implemented. She said that that's not implemented on basketball. I believe something that needs to be done. She directs to her coaching, and she always says that she's coaching them, but we feel that more it's like bullying. So I know I have talked to Mr. Dempsey, but nothing has been done. We have heard that we have followed the protocol. We have followed everything as is done. Nothing has been done. That's why we decided to come over here and speak on our behalf, because we are actually tired. Retaliation has been over and over on these girls, and we can't take no more. So it seems like you don't hear us, you don't listen to our cries, so I brought a varsity player and a JV player, and they would like to speak on how they feel.
Hi, good evening. I'm Vivian. I am a JV and varsity player. So I know you guys want to probably know more about my coach, but despite all the bullying she has caused me, I feel like the ST school administration has really failed us.
Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead.
We just don't feel safe, comfortable. Despite all the emails, phone calls, meetings with parents, I feel like there just hasn't been a thing done. And probably they did something, but maybe tell a word or two. She changes just for like 2 days, and then it just comes back. You know, sometimes I try getting a little bit of hope, but it's just impossible, and it's gotten to the point where you just lose love for the sport. This is why sometimes teachers ask, like, why students don't go to them for any help or advice. But this is why, because sometimes teachers don't tend to do anything about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Esquivel, and I'm a senior at Santa Teresa High School. I'm actually one of the captains of the varsity team, and I'm here to speak up for myself and girls who are afraid to speak up. And I have written down what I wanted to say, but it's too long, so I'm kind of shortening it up. And the points I just want to get into is the mental abuse that Coach Alvarado has inflicted on us has translated into our personal life, not only in the court, and it's become a problem. I've seen girls go into, as me myself, go into a locker room crying, and her coming into the locker room and yelling at us even more, putting us down. And she has also made fun of us. She has laughed in our face when we try to speak up, and when we try to talk about our feelings, she has laughed. She also made fun of my disability, and that's something I don't really like talking about for that particular reason, but she had made fun of it. She has also kind of put our self-esteem, all of our girls, down. Half of the team don't want to come back next year to play basketball. And as a senior and a captain, I'm there for my team, but at the same time, I witnessed the injustice that's going on with our coach, and I don't think it's fair for us to cry out for help in our school constantly and nothing changing. The only thing that she has said she's doing is go to practice. That's the only thing she's done for us. I'm here to ask to hear us and take something out of this, because it's come to the point where girls they're just sad, including myself. It's come to the point where I break down. I don't have passion. Sometimes I don't even want to get up from my bed. And she doesn't really understand that. And I don't know how to say this, but she doesn't really care about us. And it's kind of sad, because I've been playing for 9 years, and I've experienced every kind of coach, but not a coach that belittles us and bullies us to force authority upon us. Every time we go into a practice, all we feel is fear and doubt, because we know she's gonna yell at us. And as we are standing here, me and my team, we know we're gonna get punished tomorrow or the day before or tomorrow or the day of the game, because we're speaking up, and that's something that she never liked us to do. She always tries to avoid the situation, and sometimes when I would speak up, she would tell me to drop it and not talk about it. And I've dealt with it. I haven't speaked up, but I think it's time for me and our teammates to speak up. So I just want you guys to take a moment to realize what she's doing for our team, and not only our team, to teenage girls who we're struggling in school, and she's putting more into it. As me, myself, I struggle with personal issues and depression, and she doesn't really care. I've told her about it. My therapist has gone and talked to her, and she had made a joke about it and laughed at my therapist's face, and nothing in the school was done. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. So real fast with that, we conclude. Hopefully we get something done. As you can see, the outcry, it's big. We done it. No, nothing has been heard. Email after email after email. She's gonna change. Dempsey, I know he mentioned that if Alvarado's out, that he will cancel the season. Cancel it. Cancel it. So a coach cannot play without players. The players can play without a coach. Just put it under your mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Moving on to action items. Our first action item for this evening is a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with the Tierra del Sol Housing Corporation. Superintendent Dempsey.
I believe Ms. Guerra is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. So today I bring to you, and we kind of skipped over a step, but we're looking for approval for an MOU from Tierra del Sol, who they own the apartment complex Tierra Encantada, which is located at 805 Clark Avenue, and that's in the Anthony Elementary area. So they are seeking a grant for funds to rehabilitate the apartment complex, and a condition of that grant is that certain commitments for some services be available. So the services that they are requiring to be available is during the school year that there are after-school programs and after-school snacks provided, which we do already. The second one is that during the summer months when there is no school, that there is a summer meal program throughout the summer so that it has meals available for those students that reside in that complex, apartment complex. Again, this is a service that we already do in the summer, so this is just, something, these two services are already services that we are doing. So we're just here to seek approval. And we do ask that hopefully a decision's made, because the grant application is due this month on the 20th. So they do need to get that MOU signed by Madam President Flores so that they can submit the application.
Board members, questions, comments, concerns? Okay, I don't believe so. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept action item 9A MOU with Tierra del Sol Housing Corporation.
Vice President Castillo has made a motion to accept action item 9A. Superintendent Dempsey.
So recommend.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Guerra, have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, moving on to action item 9B, discussion and possible action on GISD policy BDG, school attorney if deemed necessary. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Snowdy, if you can help me a little bit. We need to get on the right slide. It always works when we're practicing. I promise you, we practiced this before. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Snowdy. So currently in policy, we have a policy specific to board access to legal counsel. And I will tell you, as you read it, it's our current policy is different by one particular sentence than most. And I would call it restrictive in the sense, Mr. Snowdy, if you will open our current policy. Yeah, there's a highlighted sentence there. And it talks about, the need for legal counsel, the need to access it. And then he'll zoom in for us here a little bit. Thank you. With consensus of the board, the school president shall have access to the attorney and may request legal advice about school business. That's a little interesting. I really didn't notice it until it was pointed out to me. The only way for me to get consensus from the board is to have it as an action item. And that really restricts you because that has to be done in an open meeting. So that's kind of, right? That's the restrictive side of it. So my recommendation, Mr. Snowdy, if you'll go to the proposed policy, is really the identical policy without that sentence. And this is done through the School Boards Association, which is kind of interesting because the proposed one, you'll see it, I pulled it up from another school district. They're a member of School Boards Association. It doesn't have that sentence. I believe that sentence was added locally and several years ago. And so it's really, I'm requesting approval to change this policy that will allow the board president access to the attorney without having an action item required to do so. What questions would you have?
Questions, comments, concerns? So I have a comment on the proposed policy. Let me go back and make sure before I. So, Mr. Castillo, you just mentioned that you feel like you're reading the same thing. So as Mr. Dempsey said, if you look at it's hard, I wish I had them side by side. If you look at the current policy, yeah.
Oh, on the agenda, I'm sorry. Okay. We can, Mr. Snowdy, will you go back to that's the highlighted sentence that is different. And so we might have had an error there on that. I apologize for that. What I thought I was looking at your iPad, and it looks like we have the same policy for current. Okay.
Yes.
So that really so I apologize for that. That's our fault. So it's the same policy. Currently, it has that highlighted sentence in it. That's your current policy. That's our current policy we operate by. I'm suggesting we adopt a policy without that sentence, which then gives the board president access to legal counsel.
Okay, and then I do notice that so keep up the original one. I'm looking at the proposed one. And so let's see, that would be 1, 2, 3. That's the fourth paragraph, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it has been, is that the proposed one, right? Okay. So basically, yes, I'm confused, sorry. So basically what it means, sir, is, just to make sure, is that it doesn't matter whether it's me or whoever's reciting as the school board president, that person, whoever it is, doesn't have to, I guess I want the public to, I'm just paraphrasing, clarifying what you said, is that whoever resides in this position, that they can't access the attorney without having to wait for a school board meeting to get the approval of his or her colleagues. Because if an issue was to arise, let's say next week, and the residing president needs to call for, what is it called? Legal advice. Okay, he or she would have to like wait till the next board meeting to do that. So that's what that means. Any further questions, comments, or concerns? Okay. So do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept action item 9B.
Okay. So Ms. Secretary Rodriguez has made a motion to accept the changes to action item 9B. And as Mr. Dempsey had described, so it really became the changing of one sentence on the 4th paragraph. Any further questions, comments, or concerns? Superintendent Dempsey?
So recommend.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to action item 9C. Possible consolidation of Sunland Park Elementary with Desert View Elementary and Riverside Elementary. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, I'll review the information with Sunland Park Elementary as we've discussed it. Purpose behind these conversations, this proposal, is declining enrollment. And it's not just a declining enrollment in Sunland Park Elementary, Desert View. It's across the district. We do have growth in pockets, and that growth is in Santa Teresa. And even today, I went for a ride in the Chaparral area and drove out all the way to near Highway 54, and the growth is coming, right? Those are realities that we're going to have to deal with. We've got to consider future facility investments. So in communities, and I understand that there's concerns, but I also would say we have to look at the facility that we currently have and realize, for example, Sunland Park, in the next 2 or 3 years, a significant investment will have to be made in that facility, right? It's one of our older facilities, and it would need a lot of work to get that up to a higher standard. We've got to consider transportation expenses, current ones and future. As we currently are set up, the growth in the Santa Teresa area would require additional transportation expenses. We would eventually have to transport those students to schools probably in the south area, Riverside, Desert View, and Sunland Park. And that's going to drive up our transportation expenses over time. We talked about the potential growth. We're actually, it probably, at some level, I don't know how much it turns up in enrollment, but the growth is already occurring. The homes are already being built. We can see that happening, right? We want to right-size our staff. This is the big piece for me, really important. If we can get started on right-sizing our staff, and what I mean by that is gradually over time, when people retire, we may not fill certain positions. But right now, we have plenty of room, plenty of space. If I'm overstaffed on a couple campuses, no problem. We have a budget to cover that. And then over time, it'll right-size. The longer we wait, the more sudden those changes would be. And I cannot always guarantee that I'll have the luxury of being able to overstaff campuses. So it could come to a very serious conversation about staffing. I would recommend this to begin next year, 23-24 school year. Ask about capacity. We've been through this where Desert View and Riverside have plenty of available space to cover Sunland Park. And we would utilize the campus, if this were passed, to utilize for a temporary pre-K center. We know we have a new pre-K center being constructed at Riverside. And then when our middle school comes up, that would be a campus we could utilize during that construction phase. Mr. Snowdy, we go to the next slide. These are those numbers. We went back 10 years. Desert View was at 500 students. Today we're at 400. Sunland Park, 339 10 years ago. Today, 225. And a little note on that 225, 24 of them are in-district transfers. So they are right at 200 students, attendance zone-wise. Riverside, 656 10 years ago. Today, 483. Next slide, Mr. Snowdy. These are those same numbers just graphed. You can see those. Next slide, Mr. Snowdy. This is going to be the cluster. So what we did is we clustered those three. 10 years ago, we had 1,514 students between those three schools. Today, 1,108. And that's 400 students, right? That's an entire elementary school. It begins to start seeing a pattern. Next slide, please. Okay, this is our timeline. We had this as a discussion item in September, a discussion item in November. We met with the Sunland Park staff in December, on December 6th. We had a community meeting on the 13th. We had our second meeting with Sunland Park Elementary staff on the 11th, community meeting on the 11th, and then we are here today at our regular board meeting as an action item. As a note, an important note, as we do this, we may have to adjust attendance zones. We want to make sure we don't imbalance. If this is approved, we don't want one school significantly larger than the other in terms of Desert View and Riverside. Next slide, please. We've answered staff questions. We'll continue to do so. Staff did request to have regular updates on Wednesdays, and we are honoring that. We did provide a campus tour of Desert View Elementary, had several parents and students participate in that. We do want to allow our parents from Sunland Park Elementary, if they're interested in becoming a part of the dual language program, to attend Riverside. Now I want to be a little careful with that because we want to be thoughtful how we're doing it. What I mean by that is we don't want to ask a 5th or 6th grade student to drop in pretty cold to a type of program that their knowledge of Spanish is going to be pretty demanding on them. And so I was talking to Dr. Teresona, who kind of feels like 2nd grade is probably the highest grade level you want to go to open that door, but it still opens an opportunity for them, and we want to work with them if they have that possibility. And I'll even go a little step further, that if we have families in Desert View, which is a transitional school, if they would be interested in a dual language program, I would give them the opportunity as well to participate. And then keep in mind, just in the back of your mind, as we begin these middle school construction projects, which are significant, we are including a 6th grade STEM academy in each of them. And so eventually 6th graders would come off those elementary campuses, again, reducing the size of them. You see how I'm trying to combine them because I know they're going to have another reduction coming down the road. A little note on this, and we can talk, I'll share it again in a discussion item. But currently we have Gadsden Middle School and the design, it's in design phase. All designs were approved with the 6th grade STEM Academy, and the item was tabled temporarily to ensure the district is willing to consolidate an elementary school in that area because we're over on square footage. So what the state does in PSCOC, they look at the amount of square footage you have and your enrollment, and they say, does this match? And if we don't begin a consolidation, that doesn't mean we can't put the STEM academies in. That means we will have to pay for them. The state will not participate in those. So that's something that we found out this week, and so that's some information there. Next slide. I think we're at the point of hearing any questions or concerns that you may have.
Okay, comments, questions, concerns. Mrs. Murillo.
I know, I don't know if you have this information with you or not, but do we know how many IAs and how many teachers do we have in total in Sunland Park? How many are going to Riverside and how many to Desert View? All the teachers and IAs will be moving, or where are they going? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is every single one of them will be remaining in the district within those 2 schools?
Madam President, board members, here's the, in terms of teachers, you want to think in terms of all the students that are moving are going to need teachers to go with them. So the majority of them will probably end up at Desert View, the majority. They could end up at Riverside. And then because, we're consolidating schools, I've given them an opportunity that said, look, I may have to place you at a school temporarily, and then you watch our website, and then you see something you want, you can come back to me and say, Mr. Dempsey, I'd like to have that position. And because those schools that we've consolidated, I would give them that opportunity. And it's kind of a one-time opportunity that they could come to me and I'll sit down with Ms. Barciaga and we'll see what we can do to help them out. But I think the emphasis I want to have is all of them have jobs. And I tried to emphasize that last night to the staff, or yesterday afternoon, is that we don't want a single one of them, we don't want to lose a single one of them, we don't want them to go get nervous and think they don't have a position. They absolutely have a position. Now, the office staff, the custodial staff, and the student nutrition staff will probably likely remain at Sunland Park because we're going to transition temporarily as a pre-K center. So we'll need them to probably remain there because of that pre-K center, temporarily.
Ms. Maria, if I may, before I forget, because you just mentioned, can you explain to the public the transition to the pre-K center? Where are these kids coming from, just so that they know?
So the pre-K, our pre-K classrooms, and Ms. Lorenzo, maybe you can help me here to be sure. I don't want to misspeak on this, but I want you to be aware that we have already been approved for a new pre-K center at Riverside, but temporarily, we're going to house those students who would attend that pre-K center. I want to make sure I'm correct here. Ms. Lorenzo, you go ahead and jump in before I make a mistake.
Good afternoon, Madam President, school board members, Mr. Dempsey. We will be housing our satellite classrooms. We have classrooms, pre-K classrooms across Riverside Elementary, Santa Teresa Elementary, and Sunland Park Elementary. So we will be moving those classrooms all to Sunland Park Elementary. Right now, we have 5 classrooms, and we do have a waiting list.
Thank you, Ms. Lorenzo.
Thank you.
Mrs. Maria, did you have further questions?
Just one more.
Yes.
Considering that we're moving, or they're moving the classrooms from Sunland Park to Desert View, do we have the rooms? Because I overheard a couple of teachers saying there's only 3 available, so what happens with the rest? I think 4, sorry.
Mr. Snowdy, would you go back to that? It's one of the slides that shows go back a little bit. It shows the capacity of each. It's one of the first slides. So Desert View actually has a capacity of 566 students. And so does it require some changes? Absolutely. But you probably have some people who are using spaces that can, adjust. And so it was built for 566 students. So between the two, there's more than enough capacity for 225 students.
How many, piggybacking on what she was saying, and Ms. Murillo was saying, so you said there's about 200, and give me the exact amount of kids at Sunland Park, please?
225.
225, and how many are at Desert View, please?
Mr. Snowdy, go forward one slide. There you go. Desert View currently has 400 students. Riverside currently has 483. And Sunland Park currently has 225.
Okay. The floor is open for further questions, comments, or concerns from fellow board members.
Madam President, I have a question.
Mrs. Rodriguez.
I know you mentioned that you would be housing the satellite class, pre-K satellite classrooms, and that there's a wait list. So if it goes into that premises or that campus, would it expand, or would you continue with just the 5 classrooms that you're going to be moving, or how is that
We
looking?
have the opportunity to, good afternoon, Madam President, school board members, and Mr. Dempsey. We do have the opportunity to expand, Ms. Rodriguez, we do. And we are actually also working with New Mexico Help Us. We have the MOU with them. So they also will be transferring some of their students, their 4-year-old students, to us. So we do. We have the opportunity to place more classrooms there.
I mentioned this because you said there was a wait list, so.
A wait list right now for 3-year-olds, who will be 4-year-olds next year.
Okay. All right, thank you on that. And besides having the community meetings, have the parents of the students that are currently at Sunland Park, have they received something in writing, letting them know what the plan is? Because I know the community meetings are held, but unfortunately, not all parents attend for whatever reason. And so are they aware of what it would look like for their child if this is approved?
Madam President, board members, what I can safely say that they're aware of is that this proposal is in place. We didn't want to go too far into a planning phase and someone feel like, well, they've already made the decision, because that's really not true. I mean, ultimately, it is up to this board, and we wanted to be respectful of that decision before we got really in-depth into the details, and didn't want to honestly invest a lot. It's going to take a lot of time to work on that transition plan. However, I will tell you, if this is approved, probably tomorrow, I see some of our admin staff will begin that planning process, and we recognize we're going to have to continue to have multiple community meetings to inform them, give them opportunity, and we may have to adjust, right, as we're doing things. That's why it's important on that attendance zone. I want to make sure we don't create a real imbalance and have, 600 kids at one school and only 400 at another. That could be a struggle. So it's going to, what I would tell you is, if approved, we will work very hard to make sure that we offer the opportunity for parents to be informed of what's occurring.
And I completely agree, without giving them too much detail, because we don't know what the logistics will look like. But I'm just afraid, that though the word is out there, information has been, the community should be well aware of it. But if we have some of those that don't know, I think that, sending out something where it's stating this is what it's looking like, not necessarily that this is what's going to be implemented, because you're right. I mean, this is not a done deal yet. And so I just feel like there needs to be that communication. Maybe was it sent out, not just the community meetings, but were there maybe the robocalls or?
Madam President, board members, absolutely. There's definitely been remind messages, and those pieces have gone out. Flyers. I know Ms. Villalobos made it very clear to me that one of the things that we wanted to be purposeful about is not just send information on Remind, because that's just, that community has kind of struggled a little with Remind. We don't have as much usage as we would like and have. So we sent paper flyers home in both English and Spanish to make sure they were aware of what we were proposing.
So it was sent out in writing, so that.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Further questions, comments from my colleague? Okay, so I do have a list of questions there, so please bear with me. Okay. So here it goes. First question is, so piggybacking on what Ms. Rodriguez was saying about how much information was given to the public, I get it. You can't, at this point, depending what the will of the board is this evening, then immediately action is taken tomorrow and you start further planning movements and everything. However, we're being asked to make an educated and informed decision this evening that's going to impact families. And yet, part of me is struggling because, those listening, those here in the audience, parents that are going to be affected, families that are going to be affected, whatever the will of the board is here shortly, or however, as long as it takes us to discuss this, they're going to have to make informed decisions themselves. And so that's where I struggle. I'm not sure if that's where Ms. Rodriguez was leading to, is that they're going to have to decide, if it's the will of the board, the possibility of closure, okay. If that's the will of the board, then okay. If I'm a parent, I'm going to have to now decide, if I'm a parent at Sunland Park, where am I going to send my child? And so if I'm a parent of a monolingual student, English only, then, I've got, I can go either way, Desert View or Riverside, because both offer the opportunity for monolingual English. Okay. Now, if I'm a parent of a transitional student, and that's all I've known all the educational life of my kid, I guess one of you all know that I'm a dual language advocate, so this really bothers me because all our families have known is a transitional model, and so if we are going to propose to them, hey, if it's the will of the board to close, then pick where you want to go. Well, my issue is that that's all they've known all their life, so what has the district done to promote dual language while we're telling them the possibility of closure? Does that make sense? Because, when you stated that and I would agree, professionally I would agree that the only students that probably would be good candidates to offer the possibility of those families moving to Riverside Elementary, because it is a dual language campus, would be K1 and 2. Well, how do I know? It's because I'm a bilingual teacher. And so, just know that, is it possible for a kid to be successful at a third, fourth, or fifth grade level? Absolutely, but with support, y con ganas, and, esfuerzo, with dedication, perseverance, absolutely. So, there might be individuals who might seek that, but that's my concern, is that, I'm just gonna say it, is that's why all along, sir, respectfully, I have always advocated that dual language is the way to go in our district, because here we are in a pickle, because we're proposing a closure of a campus, and now we've got Riverside dual language, we've got Desert View transitional. Who knows what the people are gonna decide, and so that's what worries me, is like, why if none of them want dual language for whatever reason? So that means that 200 and, where's my numbers? That if, let's just say that all 225 decide, nope, because we've known transitional model all this time, that puts Desert View at 625 students. And so, again, what have we done to promote dual language? And I'm gonna say this, and I'm not saying it disrespectfully, but shame on us for now, just because we're gonna close the school, now we're proponents of dual language.
Madam President, board members, thank you for that comment and those questions. Here's how, and maybe I'm just a half-full person. I look at it as an opportunity. I look at it as an opportunity we get to ask our families, what do you want? Now, I think as a public school administrator, my job is to give families choices and then let them choose. And I feel like we have that opportunity. I mean, we could easily have a community meeting, have our bilingual staff come in and explain to kinder, first, and second grade parents so they understand what dual language is and what it looks like. And that may generate some interest in that. But, I feel like this is an opportunity to give them that choice. I'm even willing to go as far, and I mentioned this, we may have Desert View parents who want dual language. So why couldn't we ask them for that and provide that opportunity for them as well? So to me, it's almost a perfect scenario where I get to let the parent choose what they believe is best for their child. Because at the end of the day, mom and dad, they're the taxpayers, and to me, they're the ones that we owe that option to. Now, if we get imbalanced, that's why, I've mentioned we'll have to adjust the attendance zones.
So with the statement that you just made, does that mean that you're willing and committed, is the district willing and committed that if there are Desert View parents currently, what I'm envisioning, thank you for that, that's awesome, is that the possibility of incoming kindergartners, current first graders, current second graders have the opportunity to where we transition Desert View into a dual language campus?
Madam President, board members, I don't know that we've had that conversation yet. Because here's the side of it that I want to be cautious of. We're making a change, and we're making a change for 225 students. That's pretty significant. I don't know that right now, on the heels of that, we want to make a decision for 400 more kids, because that could make a difference for the current students and families at Desert View. So what I would say to that is I'm open to that as long as our bilingual program can support that and our campus administration is bought in, because we also know another thing about dual language. If our adults are not 100% bought into it, it's a sticker on the door, right? And we have, since we're being real, we have some stickers on doors. Our model's not perfect. A couple years ago, we had a study that said which program does better. At the end of the day, we couldn't answer that question. We have non-participant classrooms, which, quite frankly, eat up our budget. So I think those are real serious questions we have to answer. We will not solve those problems tonight. However, I think those are great conversations to have to improve what we currently have. We have some great programs in both transitional and dual language. And I think our responsibility is to offer parents the option.
And I wanted to bring this to light because, speaking on my behalf, not the board, is that, to me, that is a big elephant in the room that came to mind from the whole idea of proposing a closure to Sunland Park that we need to work towards. And I know that you guys are working towards it, and under Ms. Tarazona, you know, I know that you guys are working through that. So just wanted to bring to light that, yes, that is a big elephant in the room. The other elephant, in my opinion, is special education, that we need to, attending those meetings for parents, is that there was concerns regarding special education services of their kids. So to me, that elephant means that we need to do a better job making our special education families feel that they are receiving the services as, because it is federal guidelines, it is federal, their individual educational plans. So I think that's another, I'm going to call it elephant in the room, if I may. That is two very important things, dual language, special ed, that we need to work on in our district and improve so that our families can feel comfortable that, their kids are receiving the services that they need. Okay. Next questions are, will this in any way, the closing of Sunland Park in any way continue to build our cash reserve?
Madam President, board members, excellent question. So think about part of what we're saying here. We have growth in pockets. And so if I could get an elementary school built in a new elementary school built in the Santa Teresa area, I don't have the money in the budget to staff it. If I begin to consolidate my smaller campuses, that's where the money would come from. So technically I'm saying, yes, we need to, because if we don't, we will not have the money to staff new elementary schools. So until we open those new elementary schools, absolutely it will. That's the money we're looking for to make sure we can staff it. Does that make sense?
So the cash reserve is going to go up?
Absolutely it will. Cash reserve.
Cash reserve was not allowed to be using for recurring funds such as salaries. So help me clarify.
No, you're totally right. You're totally right, is cash reserve cannot be used for salaries. What I'm saying is, in our current budget package, we're gonna absorb and consolidate, and we need to build room in that budget so that we can afford another staff. And if we don't see, an increased amount of carryover, then we didn't build the room in. That's how we're gonna know we can afford another staff. So now, once you open that school, you no longer build that cash reserve. That makes sense? So you're building space in your current budget to make sure you can afford it. I mean, I'm going to credit our leadership team, but we're really ahead of the game here. But the longer we wait, the harder this gets, because my focus is protecting jobs and protecting employee jobs. And the longer we wait, I get a shorter time frame to protect them.
Thank you. So, Ms. Lorenzo and you, sir, said that the plan is to use Sunland Park for the early childhood. So ultimately, what is the plan for Sunland Park once those kindergarten classrooms are built at Riverside? What is the plan for Sunland Park ultimately?
Madam President, board members, Mr. Snowdy, will you go to, I think it's the last slide. No, the second to last slide. Forward one. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm totally wrong. It's the first slide. I'm sorry, Mr. Snowdy. Thank you for being patient with me. Next one, there you go. So the temporary phase out pre-K center, our middle, Santa Teresa Middle School will be in design phase in the next couple years. We'll be in construction. We're going to need a space for 7th and 8th graders during that process. Very likely, we'll utilize that campus temporarily. And then once our middle schools are done, all 6th, 7th, and 8th graders would attend the remodeled and revised and rebuilt Santa Teresa Middle School.
Because the public constituents have reached out, and so it is my due diligence to request answers to those questions. And so, okay, so it's going to be pre-K, then Santa Teresa Middle School. So the question that I've been asked is, if it is not the will of the board to close Sunland Park, what would be our plan for when Santa Teresa Middle School goes into remodeling or reconstruction? If Sunland Park is still a campus, where would those kids go? Where would our kids go?
Madam President, board members, so there's a couple of options there. They're difficult because one, like you're going to see Chaparral Middle. We really don't have a great place to put middle school students when that project begins. So what we might have to do there is temporarily keep 7th graders at elementary campuses and then take 8th graders to high school, which means you're splitting your staff and you're splitting where your students go. So that makes it really difficult, right? I haven't stopped to look at how much space I have at Santa Teresa High School, but there's not a whole lot. And so we could do some portables and create some, some portable areas that would be temporarily utilized for that. So, those would be, that's typically how you do a remodel. A lot of times, sometimes you do remodel projects and literally the kids stay on the campus. And so you're housed in half the facility until a certain phase is done, and then you move to the other half, and then you come back. But what that does is that extends the project, which also extends the expense.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So let me see. So you did mention that no staff would lose their job. You would be keeping custodial staff, maintenance staff, and the cafeteria staff there so that they could serve the needs of our early childhood kids. Okay. So now teachers, other staff. So so I heard the word doubling up. So does that mean that if I am a teacher at Sunland Park, and so Ms. Rodriguez is a teacher at Desert View, let's say we're both kindergarten teachers, am I going to be allowed to request kinder? Or what's the possibility of requesting your current grade level? However, I am about, hey, have an open mind. I've always said it, have you been in years for kinder, whatever grade, is like explore new areas, so you got to have an open mind. But what's the possibility of that if somebody is, determined that, you're giving me the opportunity, like Ms. Flores, I want to go to kinder. You said I'm going to double up. So does that mean, in my brain, is that's saying I'm going to double up with Ms. Rodriguez, so we're going to have 2 teachers at the campus? What do you envision this is going to look like?
Madam President, board members, what I anticipated, well, first of all, let me try to clarify something, and I think that's what you described. This question came up in the initial staff meeting is, I'm a teacher at Sunland Park Elementary. I have 30 years experience. I've been a kindergarten teacher for X number of years. I want to bump the kindergarten teacher at Desert View. That's not going to be allowed. So just for clarity, that's not going to happen. What I'm willing to do for that staff, though, is if they have to, if that kindergarten teacher says, look, okay, I'll take first grade, but Mr. Dempsey, I've always wanted a kindergarten job at Santa Teresa Elementary. So they're going to note that. We're going to keep that in a file. And when a kindergarten job comes up at Santa Teresa Elementary, that person's going to get it. They don't have to interview. They don't have to do a thing. They're getting that job. I'll place them there. They get one time that option. That's a really nice deal that I'm not cutting for anyone else. Everybody else has got to compete, right? And so I'm willing to work with them because a happy teacher equals a happy classroom.
Exactly. Okay, so with that being said too, is So then, the whole idea here, public, is attrition, correct?
Sure.
To where people retire, people resign, you know, the availability will be there. So here's the next question. Why, if there's a staff member who does not want to commute to the beautiful community of Chaparral, which I say, vénganse, we welcome you. We have awesome, smart kids out there. So, you know, don't let those 15, 20 minutes discourage you. So anyways, public announcement, huh? So anyways, trying to help you, sir. So if there's somebody who does not want to commute, let's say they want to stay in the Santa Teresa, you know, La Unión, they don't want to go north or to Chaparral, are they going to be allowed to double up until they see an opportunity that they like?
Madam President, board members, terrific. So let me begin by just keep in mind, and Ms. Burciaga, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're talking about 13 teachers.
Okay.
Is that correct? We have 13 teachers at Southern Park.
Not a lot.
I could place 13 teachers in 2 weeks, effortlessly, right? And the majority are going to go with their kids because I need them, right? And so it really, you know, ultimately, I think it's pretty easy. We may have, like, we were talking about, like, art teachers, specials is what we call them, art teacher, PE teacher, music teachers. We may double up. We may have a campus with 2 art teachers. That's okay for a couple years. That's fine. We can work through that. And then when a position comes up, we'll get them in it.
Okay, moving on to the principal. Have you had a discussion with the principal, and I believe, who's the principal? Maria Barraza is the principal. So advocating for administration, because every single person is important. So will she be doubling up at Desert View, or will an opportunity, because for me, it's very important that individual, whether it's you, Ms. Barraza, or whoever it was, is like, will she keep her pay until another principal job is open, and then will she be allowed, because, you know, I cannot speak for her, because, you know, that's a conversation between both of you and HR, but, you know, if same thing, if she feels more comfortable in elementary, will that be an option? Or is she going to be forced to do secondary if it opens up? Like, what's the plan for the principal?
Madam President, board members, thank you for the question. Just like all other employees, first of all, they're going to stay in the same pay scale. They're held harmless, really. I need principals who are in these situations to really help me with the transition. So it's likely that if this is approved, the admin will transfer with the kids temporarily, because she knows those families. She knows how to help them. She can help that stuff get rolling, right? And then by, you know, maybe, you know, we let them do that for the fall. And in the spring, there is always plenty of work to be done. And then as soon as a position comes up that they are interested in, again, I will place them in it. They're not having to interview for those. That's a really, I mean, I think we all recognize that's a really nice option for them, that they will not have to interview for those positions. They'll be, you know, I'm going to go over to Ms. Burciaga. We're going to work out the paperwork. We're going to make it happen.
Okay. So in the long run, so people, I don't know how other to ask this, because people have asked me, okay, so the bottom line is, why now? Why is now, after you've explained everything, which I still have more questions, but why is now an opportune time? Because I have been asked, you know, hey, they're referring to those numbers and we see the decline in enrollment. Why had this not done sooner? Why is now the opportune time? I'm being asked, and I would like a response.
Madam President, board members, I appreciate the question, and you deserve a response. And the response is, now is when I believe we can do this gradually. I think there was always hope that those numbers would kick up, and they haven't. Our facilities are going to come up, and then we're going to have to make an investment. And once we make a taxpayer investment in a campus, I think within we have a responsibility to utilize it. I would never want to put the district in a situation where we see declining enrollment, we make an investment in that campus, And then we get questioned why we made that taxpayer investment when we need to consolidate schools. I just believe we're ahead. If you've read the papers, Albuquerque Public Schools is consolidating 5 schools. We're having that conversation right now. So this is not unique to just Gadsden.
Or I'm gonna add to that, or the nation. It's not I want to call it a trend, but not because we want to do this. Okay. So I know that cohort 1 for Marzano training is definitely the Chaparral schools. Is there any schools on this side? Because I am going to say, is there one of those 3 that are part of that cohort 1?
Madam President, I don't know those off the top of my head. I don't know cohort 1 and cohort 2, but they are sprinkled across the district, I believe. Mr. Hernandez, can you?
Okay. Okay, so then you said Desert View is cohort 1. So then what is the plan? So that means is Sunland Park is not part of cohort 1. So what is the plan if it is the will of the board to close Sunland Park? How are you going to transition our teachers to start practicing those practices?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. So our plan is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Barraza, your staff members are certified staff, 13? 13. So we would integrate them into the PLC structure that we already have. They do have an amazing coach already who works, every cohort 2 campus is introducing this piece, and I'll talk a little bit about it during my presentation, where cohort 2 got an introduction to the new art and science of teaching on day 1 at Gadsden High School, and we're very fortunate we have Dr. Acosta here with us today, and he'll follow along with my presentation. So our goal is to integrate them. The good thing is cohort 2 starts their training this June. So as soon as that, they will be part of the standards-based learning piece, and they've already gotten the introduction to the NASOT, so the new art and science of teaching. So already they've dipped their toes there, and like our administrators have done a really good job, and since we've trained all administrators, all coaches across the district regarding if they were a cohort 1 or cohort 2 school, we will offer support. Our specialists, if we need it, we can offer that piece in the PLC as well. Because it's about like best instructional practices really, so we really are doing a lot of those things. It's just having intentionality in really monitoring doing what we do. We have great teachers already, so it's just kind of polishing it up a little.
So, question now, I'm advocating for instructional coach. I have no idea who this person is, but will they double up also at Desert View? Because should we not have through attrition an instructional coach that does not retire, resign, or leave us, will that, and then also for the sake, I really love the idea of keeping Principal Barraza, for a while to make that transition. Is that the plan for the instructional coach? Unless that individual sees an opportunity that they like, what is the plan?
Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey, if I remember correctly, we already have 2 spots available. Some of our coaches have either moved into administration, and so we're holding off on the hiring right now, pending the decisions, because we want to make sure that they are placed either close by if some coaches want to move, which they don't, I'm sure. But yes, we would either double up, or if we have, for example, if the expansion of Yucca Heights next year, I don't know, you live out there, President Flores, I don't know if you've driven out there, we had the opportunity to drive out there. I suspect that in August, that school will probably be close to 6, even, they may need 2 coaches. So those are plans, yes. We will adjust as needed. But yes, if we need to, we'll double that up.
Okay. I think I have maybe 2 or 3 more questions.
Are they mine, or do I?
And bear with me, guys. I know some of you might be rolling your eyes, but you know what? I'm representing and doing my job, so I've got to do this. So the next thing is, as educators, if we're given, my mom told me not to use the example of magic wand. So I'm going to say, if we had a genie and that genie granted us 3 wishes. So, as an educator myself, one of the things, yeah, thank you so much, is that, if I had 3 wishes, and one of them was for education, I would ask the student-teacher ratio to be lower. Many of us would, I would dare say. So, to answer the question that some constituents has asked me is like, right now, currently, Sunland Park has, I'm gonna say a small student-teacher ratio in some grade levels, I would think. So how would you answer that, sir? Is like, why are we undoing something if possibly undoing something if there's a low teacher-student ratio?
Madam President, board members, I understand why people might think that. However, I can give you an example that's the exact opposite. I believe there's 26 or 27 students currently in 6th grade in Sunland Park, only one 6th grade. So if a parent has a struggle with that particular classroom, there's nowhere to put them, first of all. If I were to move 6th grade to Desert View, and I can't remember the numbers right off the top of my head, but they have like 17 in one and 19 in another, you would distribute those kids and you would end up with a lower pupil-teacher ratio by consolidating.
Next question is, what about, so, I'm all for choice of where you send your children. I'm not afraid to say it. However, there are those who would say, you're opening up, but I'm going to say that it's going to take a while if somebody was to ask for this, because I was asked charter schools. So, and I wanted to throw it out there that to make sure. So if what I'm understanding is that building will not be vacant to where a charter school can come and ask us to rent it or buy it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Madam President, board members, I mean, obviously, what represents that temporary time frame, that's probably the next 6-7 years. It'll take that long to get through Santa Teresa Middle School. And at that point, I would be shocked. I mean, think about that facility that's almost 50 years old, 5 more years after the last couple of the use of that facility being 7th and 8th graders. What do you think that facility is going to look like? Right? It's going to be ready for demo. There's probably no question.
Okay. And you stated that it's going to be ready for demo. So at this point, that's not on our list of remodeling, renovating. It's probably going to be more likely demolition. So, but we're still going to keep it safe for our kids.
Oh, Madam President, of course. I mean, obviously, we'll make the investments it takes to get through the next several years. And there's been some other conversations. I don't want to get too far into this because, this conversation was not part. It's not reflected in our current facility master plan, but there was, a floating of some ideas that how that area could be used. And I thought it was a pretty nice idea around youth activities and youth sports, which we really struggle sometimes to have in our area.
Okay. What you're saying, and I know your answer, because yes, I attend, but I want the public who did not get to go to these meetings. What is Plan B? Do we have a Plan B? And if we don't have a Plan B, and if it is not the will of the board to close Sunland Park, what happens? What does that look like?
So, and I think this, Madam President, board members, a little bit of this conversation came up. So if you think about what are we trying to do? We're trying to plan so that as these all these pockets of growth occur, we can expand elementary schools. So if we can't begin to consolidate, one result will be we will not be looking to purchase or buy or build additional elementary schools in those pockets of growth. So your transportation expenses are going to go up because you're going to have to transport those students to older facilities, right? That probably is going to happen next year if we don't start moving on that. You're going to see as campuses reduce in size, we use the number 13 staff members could be reduced. So you're going to have additional combo classes, right? So you're going to be asking staff to cover multiple grade levels, which instructionally is not good for students. We want to try to avoid that anytime we can. And by consolidating, you minimize combo classes. I'm not going to say you eliminate them, I'm going to say you minimize them.
Okay, so I'm going to take the opportunity one last time as a proponent of dual language. And this is, I'm speaking from my heart, sir, that, so Plan B is, I mean, it's, so we really don't have a Plan B other, in my opinion, other than this is what's going to happen if we don't close Sunland Park. You mentioned combo classes. Well, I do want to say that I absolutely agree 100% with you that that is not instructionally sound for any student. And I'm going to say it, is that we need to work. And sorry, it is not fair. I don't care who criticizes me for crying. I'm not going to apologize no more. It is not fair that for years, our dual language kids, I mean, our transitional students have been placed in combo classes where I have learned that you've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 3 grade levels when they are labeled as our at-risk students. That I'm saying this, but I refuse to call them at risk. They are at possibility students, and we need to start changing our attitude. And so I'm asking you, sir, I'm sorry that, I said I wasn't gonna apologize, but we need to rethink, because how, all of a sudden now we're saying that we're gonna do combo classes. Well, you know what? I'm a bilingual teacher, and I've taught combo classes. And so you know what, part of me, I'm not gonna go down that path, because that's not right, because it's not instructionally sound. Well, heck, general ed teachers, try it. If we can do it, so can you. But you're gonna realize that that is not fair to any child. And for that, I'm not gonna apologize. That we need to change our practices. Next question is, I guess it's the last question, is Santa Teresa Elementary, Santa Teresa Community, I see at, I don't know what it's called, Santa Teresa, the gated area. I see houses going up, correct? And in the corner, there's townhomes that are going to be built. So my question, the last question that people have been asking, and I've also had it, is like, once those people start moving in, those community members start coming in, and there's children, and if they come with large families or whatever the case may be, is what are we going to do with that growth if we shut this building down and we're using it for other purposes?
So, Madam President, board members, currently the growth areas are zoned to attend Riverside. But that really is a little caveat and a disclaimer that we included in the presentation. We may have to adjust attendance zones. There has been some interest and some support in the Santa Teresa community to try to leverage these developers into making a donation to the district. However, until we can position ourselves, truly, if we accepted land, we can't build it. We can't staff it. We have no plan to make this happen. If we begin these consolidation plans, we now have a tangible plan we could utilize, and we could begin working toward that construction and eventually staffing of a new elementary school.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, so do I hear a motion for action item 9C?
I'll make a motion that we do consolidate Sunland Park Elementary with Desert View Elementary and Riverside.
Vice President Castillo has made a motion to consolidate Sunland Park Elementary with Desert View Elementary and Riverside Elementary. Superintendent Dempsey.
So recommend.
I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to choose to, if I may, take a roll call, please, sir. Mrs. Delgado.
Mr. Cano?
Aye.
Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Ms. Flores?
Aye, and I ask for a point of privilege that I am voting aye. I know it's going to affect you guys, but I hope, sir, sincerely, that these two big elephants, or these number of elephants that have come, are addressed, because our kids deserve it. So, in a way, I regretfully vote aye.
Ms. Murillo? Nay. Ms. Rodriguez?
Aye.
One nay, 4 ayes, so motion passes. Moving on to action item 9D, grant of utility easement to Camino Real Regional Utility Authority.
Madam President, board members, I believe Mr. Smythe is going to help me with this particular item.
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. My apologies, but I believe this was something that Ms. Cadena was going to present. However, I have no knowledge of
Okay,
this.
all right, Mr. Smythe. Well, I'm sorry
about
to put you on the spot there. So I think I can handle this. I didn't want to step on your toes. So what this is we have 3 specific areas that prior to most of the construction, I'm sorry? No, she won't know it. I don't think so. She does, yeah. Mr. Smythe?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had some more information for me.
No.
Okay, all right, no problem. I'm good. So what we have is, it's the utility company, CRUA, that is asking for an easement. And really, prior to construction, I'm talking probably 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, these should have been granted to them. And unfortunately, then fences were built and wings were established, and they lack access to sewer and water. That's really what you're giving them, is granting them access to the sewer and water lines, which obviously, to be effective, they need access to those. And so really, it's to adjust some things that years ago should have been put in place and that just weren't.
Questions, comments, concerns for Superintendent Dempsey? Okay, I don't believe we have any, sir. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept action item 9D, grant utility easement to Camino Real Regional Utility Authority.
Vice President Castillo has made a motion to accept action item 9D. Superintendent Dempsey?
So recommend.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Moving on to our discussion items for the evening. First one is 10A. I gotta take off. Okay, sir, thank you. Update on proposed safety patrol officer, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, thank you. So, little update, and I think some good news. I got some good news this week that our current SRO, who, if you'll recall, is a employee of Anthony PD, and he's assigned to Gadsden High School. He was cross-commissioned this week. There was a large group of individuals cross-commissioned. I think that's a good step in the right direction. I have had some communication with the representative I speak with is Major Day. He informed me today that the sheriff's office has identified a training curriculum for armed safety officers, as well as an incentive program to attract eligible candidates. I'm a little bit, in his email, he was not available to be here this evening. I did invite him. I need to sit with him because I'm a little confused in that I don't believe the county needs to allocate additional FTEs because technically the district would be paying for them. So I'm a little confused on what he's waiting on from the HR side of the county, but I will sit down with him and begin to have that conversation with him so I understand what he's waiting on. We've already allocated funds to begin this. Now, you got to remember, this is the type of program that will take several years to build, but I'd like to start with 3. That's my goal. If I can get 3 started and through the training and the academy and get those established, then every year we try to add 2 or 3 and eventually have an armed officer at every campus being our goal.
Questions, comments, or concerns? I do have a question. Did Major Day ever respond? Has he responded to that email?
He did. He responded today. I can
Oh,
forward
okay.
that to
I
you.
haven't
I
checked.
could forward that to you so you can just see what the response was.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any further questions? Okay.
Madam President.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So if we do begin with those 3, how would those be, where would you put them, where would they be assigned?
Yeah, Madam President, board members, thank you for that question. Well, the one area that absolutely I've got to get some type of armed security is in Chaparral. And so I would start with Chaparral High School and probably start working my way backwards. And Mr. Ortega would help me with that to try to guide me in what he believes is the best use of those resources. And we would distribute those across the district as best we can. I'm sorry, Mr. Ortega, go ahead. Sorry.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent. Yes, apparently this is just something that just came to light, that the sheriff went ahead and was able to cross-commission not just one, but several officers from various jurisdictions within Doña County, which I think that's a positive step where we can start looking for other avenues, aside from what Major Day has already presented, on providing armed security guards. So, and I was speaking to Mr. Dempsey earlier, is that as a plan B, is that we can also start looking to those other agencies that participated in the cross-commission ceremony yesterday to see if they're willing to participate in our school resource program at any of our campuses. And of course, we're going to have to reach out to them. There were several agencies that participated in it, but of course, it's up to their governing body. Most likely, it's going to be the police chief or their town marshal that will have to approve that. But to me, I believe it's a good start where before, a couple months ago, we were pretty much at a standstill. So I think that this venture on cross-commissioning is something that opens up the door on providing some coverage from various campuses. And I agree with Mr. Dempsey is that right now it would be the ideal time to try to place somebody at Chaparral High School. And I wouldn't be so far-fetched to even go and say maybe even introduce a discussion with Otero County, simply because of the fact that they do have a considerable amount of patrol in that area. And they're often on Doña Ana County side, simply because of the fact that Chaparral and Sunrise straddles right on that county line. So again, I believe this is it's something positive. I think we're in a much better position than we were a month ago or several months ago. And of course, to me, it's just we have to explore all of our avenues, even including Major Day's proposal on the assigning of court officers on our campus. So I think it's just something that I feel very confident about. Quite frankly, I was elated when I did see that and we got information. So again, I look forward to opening up dialogue with the various agencies that participate in the cross-commission and possibly placing them in our schools.
Mm-hmm. Any questions, comments, or concerns? I don't believe we have any. Thank you for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 10C, review travel arrangements for High Reliability Schools Summit. Superintendent Dempsey.
I think we skipped one, Madam President. 10B.
Did I? I did. Sorry, I apologize. 10B, update on staff professional development. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Hernandez will help us with this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Mr. Dempsey, could you pass the sheets I asked you to?
Yes.
Thank you. Only because it's easier to see, kind of. I'm also going to ask Ms. Lugo to come and support. She's going to actually do the presentation as our coordinator for professional development. And there should be two sets, Mr. Dempsey, the actual presentation and then another sheet for them. Mr. Snoddy, could you go to the first slide, please? And then if you could click on the department link. So, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey, a request was made to kind of go over our PD process, and I think that that's a great opportunity for us to really highlight how much the district does and how much our staff and principals are required to work with. And so the first piece that you're seeing right here, Ms. Lugo is our PD coordinator, and as she presents, she'll explain some of these pieces, but this is how we organize professional development in the district. If you notice, we went ahead and put what is the professional development, who's the audience, and if it's required, many of our PD is required by the PED and or within the guidelines. For example, Mr. Duggan and I were discussing something earlier about the MLSS, right? The MLSS is a framework, but there's so much that needs to be done within the campus. So what you won't see here are the campus types of PDs that are offered, because sometimes depending on new staff, they need to figure out, those are done within their workday and their PLC time. But if we can go back to the presentation, Mr. Dempsey, and I did this just for your review, just so you kind of have an idea of what we're doing at every department. So when we identify the professional development needs, every department is the one who identifies them, right? And so as you can see, pre-kinder, there's some mandated pieces they have to do, elementary, secondary, our language, equity, and cultural arts department, our special ed department, our student success department, and then within federal programs, we have a lot of pieces that need to be addressed. And so I'm going to go ahead and have Ms. Lugo support and present the part that she does as our district coordinator. I just want to let you know that she does an amazing job. I wanted to thank the principals, but a lot of them have left just because they really work with us, especially as we go into the next part of the presentation. They really support us, and just when we call them right away, we ask, can we borrow your facility? Can we borrow some rooms? And so I just want to make sure that they understand that we are grateful and we do thank them, because PD in our districts is a logistic nightmare. I can just tell you that right now. It really is. And so, Ms. Lugo, if you could please go ahead and do the second slide, Mr. Snoddy, please. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, this is more or less a procedure of how professional development is created and planned out and then placed on the PowerSchool PD platform. So it starts with every department identifying the training that they will have for the different staff members, and this is based on a needs assessment. In order for a training to be approved, it must meet the following criteria. It has to address the 3 tiers of evidence under the ESSA requirements, and then it also has to align with our district priorities, which are included right here, and the department must set goals that will improve quality of instruction and student outcomes based on the identified need. So these are the needs this is what needs to happen or needs to be in place in order for a training to be approved. If there is questions, then what I do is I refer to Ms. Hernandez, and Ms. Hernandez will make the decision if that training is approved or not. And once that happens, then also the departments identify who the targeted audience will be, and then they set out an invitation, email, and then they provide the information of the course and the course information on how to register. Then I create the course in Power School. Once it's approved, I create it in Power School, and then participants are now able to register. We are getting better at it, but that we still have individuals that forget to register, and they show up to the training, but they forget to register. And sometimes our count is not very accurate. And so that's an issue that we're having. More and more, though, we are noticing that teachers are getting used to because they need the credit hours. And so they're getting used to registering in Power School as well. We also select the venue that we are going to use for this training, and this is based on the number of people. So let's say, for example, we are going to host a training for a large group of people, then we usually try to get a high school or a middle school, which can host more individuals, has more capacity. But for example, SPED training, like if there's a SPED training, they usually use the SPED complex for those PDs. So it all depends on how big the group is, and then the training as well. So also a lot of them are here in the boardroom or in the bistro. And principals also, during this process, they know and they're aware of who is attending the PD. So you cannot register for a PD without letting your administrator know about it. So they are very aware of where their staff members are all the time. And we recently, another point also is that surveys are required for professional development. So this is something recent. Now every professional development that is being created is attached to a PD survey. And that survey, the participants, they have to fill it out in order to get credit. So this is good for us because we know that they are going to submit, and we want to hear their feedback, and we are looking very closely at that information as well. Our latest training was at Gadsden High School, and we have some examples of the survey results. If Mr. Snowdy, can you go to the next slide?
Gadsden High School training.
Oh, yes.
Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey, I just want to preempt this piece. So our cohort 1 schools have each assigned an associate. So we had 6 associates here that week. So the 6 campuses, the 12 campuses had 6 associates, and Gadsden High School and Gadsden Middle School were tied together as the cohort. So we picked Gadsden High School as the venue. In conversations, we have, because the ball has really started rolling with our cohort 1 and they're talking to their cohort 2 counterparts, we're getting a lot of confusion and misinformation about the cohort, what's happening with Marzano. So since we did have Gadsden High School available, we requested if cohort 2 could get, it was a 2-day training, if cohort 2 could come day 1, so that they could get a general understanding of where we were going, because there was all kinds of things about, they're going to do way more work, and what's happening with this, what's happening with that. So we thought there would be a great opportunity in talking to their associate, which was actually Dr. Acosta, which some of you have heard speak. He said, I can handle the group. And so we did have some glitches at the beginning. They don't have, our audio was not as good as we wanted it to be, but our tech department was there. Mr. Snowdy showed up, and eventually it did get resolved. One of the issues we did have, kind of like what Ms. Lugo was saying, originally when you see the registration, it says there's 500 people coming, 550, right? That morning, myself, and you all have been in trainings where I speak, if I remind them to make sure they had registered, in the end, we had 700 people. And so, of course, we were short material, and so we did make copies, and it did come to them. But I do want to say that I'm just really proud of our staff, because, when you have 700 people, I also want to let you know that Gadsden High School cafeteria for presentations can host 1,800 people. With the tables, about 950. Right, and so immediately, I just want to, again, thank everybody. Mr. Snowdy and Mr. Dempsey and I got together right away. So we've decided, I don't know if I'll use my church as an example, to try and bring in, because we have to have huge trainings like this. It just has to happen, because when we put high schools together, to do like big screens where you can hear the person talking, and and so the issues were resolved. And again, I want to thank Ms. Legareta, because her team, wow, thank you, Ms. Legareta, because without you, it wouldn't have happened, or with our presenter. And so, like Ms. Lugo said, we do a survey for every PD, because we want to make sure it's being impactful, and we are touching what needs to be touched, and we redirect ourselves. We're also learning. I also just want to reiterate, it was our first huge presentation after COVID, the first week back. Right, and so in all fairness, but our staff did amazing. I was very surprised, because you have to get PD hours, you have to do the survey. And as of yesterday, only 200 people have done the survey. 243, so they haven't gotten credit. And so again, we get some of the questions, like even you get phone calls, like they're not putting my hours or whatever. You have to do the survey to be able to do that. And so in our survey, and register, right? Because if you didn't register, you didn't attend. And so there's those kinds of things that we're working as a district, because it's new. It's new stuff to us. But I'm just really excited, because when I looked at the survey results, the biggest concern was, of course, please, can we hear? Can we hear? And you'll see we ran out, but we made copies, it adjusted. But the results have been coming back very positive. I was very stressed about this, right? Because it's a very important piece for me in building capacity in our teachers. And I was just really happy, because our new teachers, you all are aware, 90+% of our new teachers are not education majors. We had so many people thank us and email us, and I was just really happy that some people really took it to heart. We did have one negative piece, for example, I couldn't get out of the parking lot fast enough. That was one of the concerns. And so that, for me, is really impactful, because I'm thinking, wow, we had a whole, training on being a great teacher, and that was the concern that you put. And so those things kind of bum me out, because our staff, our teachers are working so hard. So hard. I mean, I can't even explain it. And I want to thank the specialists and the coaches. This would not be possible without them, because they're the little legs out there, right? Like Ms. Lugo says, I can sit there and they come with what's needed, and I'm like, no, it doesn't meet. But the reality is they're the boots on the ground, right? And they get all the feedback and they bring it back. And so our goal is to really make our district so much better, and that it remains for when we're gone, right? And so that impact is there for the students. So I wanted to throw that out there, because I know there was concerns about that presentation. The second day, it was just Gadsden Middle and Gadsden High School. And so, our goal was to try and make sure that the cohort 2 schools, and they did amazing. Mr. K was sitting with his team, and they were talking, and they were trying to organize their thoughts. And, everybody, actually. We had Vado there, we had Riverside, Sunland Park, and it was just very interesting. Our training did start at 8:30, but again, we had people walking actually, it was scheduled to start at 8:30. We started at 9, and we still had people walking in late after 9. And so as a principal, that's a whole other piece for me. And so, of course, if you weren't, there's just a lot of pieces, but I just want the board to know, though, that the entire presentation itself overall was an amazing opportunity for staff, and you'll see it right now. And so I just wanted to clarify that piece, because I know that was a concern. It came to Mr. Dempsey and to some of you and to some of our administrators. So, Ms. Lugo, I'm sorry.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, the following are just samples of the survey, and this is only for day 1 of Marzano that took place at Gadsden High School. But like Ms. Hernandez was saying, there were other opportunities at Desert View, where Desert View and Anthony met with another associate, at Desert Trail in Chaparral, Yucca Heights and Sunrise, DPA in Alta Vista, and It was 6 total. It was 6 total. And I only included examples of what happened at Gadsden High School, and you'll notice, like, for example, the first one is the survey results for the elementary, cohort 2 elementary schools, and the question they had to respond was, all necessary materials and resources were provided or made readily available, and you could see the results there out of 243 responses. And if you look at the next survey response for the next slide, that is the same question, but this is the secondary teachers that responded. And those are the results out of 113 total responses as of now, as of today. If you go to the next slide, this other question is all necessary, this is the same question, this is cohort 1, Gadsden High School and Gadsden Middle School staff. So it's 3 different survey responses for the same question, and those are the results. And then for the next slide, this is the question they had to respond to was the facilitator used effective presentation skills and appropriately engaged the participants. And these are the responses for cohort 2 elementary staff from them. Same question, but this is secondary staff. And then the last is GHS, GMS. We wanted to include some of the survey responses, but if you would like to find out more about like what happened in the survey results for the other campuses, we're very happy to share those results with you as well.
May I ask a question? So just to make sure, so you've got the questions, and then I see all the bar graphs. So it's correct in my understanding that comments were also taken?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
awesome.
Comments were taken. And in this particular case, it was about the audio.
Okay, and the training was all day?
Yes, it was all day that one day, and then Gadsden Middle and Gadsden High did the second day, because we just wanted to bring in that cohort 2 to get the overview, and we passed out some books to them as well.
Was lunch on their own, or was it provided?
Yes, they actually had about an hour, and it was an hour and a half, and we gave them like 10 extra minutes.
Okay, nice, and I'm probably going to say that whoever wrote that is probably tenían hambre. They wanted to get out of
They
this.
didn't complain about
But it's
that,
still 1
but-
hour and a half. Yeah, yeah. But
Madam President, members of the board, any questions? Thank you for being interested in that. I think it's important that you are aware of the daily operational pieces and the logistics that we do, because Ms. Lugo does a great job, and we have so much training and so many departments that we do overlap a lot. And now with more substitutes being trained, we're able to open up more spots now, thank God, because we have too many requirements.
my last question would be, I know there's a big emphasis on letters for elementary and structured literacy for elementary. Is there any director from PED yet for structured literacy at the secondary level? And then just FYI, there is a Canvas course for effective structured literacy for adolescents, just FYI, that people can take to get those 80 hours. So what is the director from the state, and what are we doing to be proactive before the state tells us a directive or gives us a directive?
Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey, that's a great question. So right now, our structured literacy trainers are our district specialist that's heading it is Ms. Nettie, right? And so they have brought that to our attention, and so we'll be looking at that next year to make sure, because right now we're really still focusing on that K1-2 group. We have in-house trained people now. You know, she's done a great job at recruiting coaches to support the letters piece in our district. I don't know if you're aware, I don't know if Ms. Coyle's here, they are a structured literacy school right now. They're participating in a PED initiative already, and we have another campus, I just lost who it was, Loma Linda. And so we are definitely at the pet level in their mouth, and they're always trying to use us as, as research. Let me tell you, I get lots of emails all the time. But yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions for the ladies?
And Madam President, members of the board, I'm going to stay up here because we do have a treat. Dr. Acosta is one of the associates. We have 6, and I've met all of them. They're all amazing, and he happened to be in Chaparral Elementary and Desert Trail today. Tomorrow he will be at Sunrise and Yucca Heights. We have other associates coming next week. So I'm hoping that when they're here in a board meeting week that you're able to get just a little bit of the pieces that they're telling us. I'm really proud of our schools. I'm like, I wish we could duplicate so many of our teachers, and you'll see. So I want to introduce Dr. Acosta to you. You have a little bio on him in your PowerPoint. I just attached him to this PowerPoint because I think that Dr. Acosta, make sure to brag on our schools, please. I'm just so happy to be part of this district and so proud to be part of it and to work with the people I work with, because we really do have the interest of kids at heart. And I know you made a really hard decision today, but I just want to make sure our parents know that our teachers have the capacity, we love their kids, we care about their kids, and we're going to do our best to integrate them into whatever campus they go to. And I know it's a hard piece. I had a lot of questions too, and contacted some parents, but our goal is to embrace your kids and make sure that they do their best and we bring out their best potential. So Dr. Acosta, please.
And I'm going to do this because you're awesome, sir. I got the opportunity to see you once, and thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you. You've clapped. I haven't said anything, so that's pretty great. So, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey, it's an honor to meet you all that I haven't met. And Ms. Hernandez asked me just to be here, just briefly to share, my involvement in the plan that you guys have implemented. And so I'm blessed now that having been a practitioner for 20 years. In Texas, and now I get to travel the country and support school districts all over the country. The first thing that I want to say out loud, and this is not because Ms. Hernandez bribed me or anything, but in reality, the plan that you guys have approved to run through your superintendent and through the district administration and campus administration really is on the cutting edge of what we're seeing nationally. So this sort of strategic plan that you guys are calling Cohort 1 and Cohort 2 and that work, I want to commend you in your vision for where you're taking the district and where you're allowing the superintendent and his staff to do the work with your educators, because you guys are now becoming who I am talking about when I'm out, whether that's Minnesota. I was there yesterday. Is that yesterday? What doesn't matter, but I'm on the road and people are saying, hey, where else are they doing this? And Gadsden ISD is coming up over and over in my work because of the practices that are beginning to be implemented. So first I wanted to just kind of give you the, encourage you as a board. I know you don't always get encouraging statements. You guys hear the other end of the world a lot of the time, but just from my expertise and my experience across the country, I want to encourage you to continue on this path, because I think you guys have really set your district in a great direction, especially given your vision statement back here. I think you guys are setting your educators up to continue to meet that. I also know you guys are attending the summit with us in a couple of weeks. I don't know if you all are, or I'm sure everybody wants to get to the Riverwalk, right? And so I'm excited to get to interact with you there. As one of the presenters over there, I'm anxious for you guys to continue to see it from the eyes of the educators. And I'll tell you, I've been a presenter at the summit for many years now, and having boards there is pretty rare, but it's very powerful, because you see the board sit with the leaders in the room, and it's like, oh, we get it, we see where you're going. So I wanted to just give you those words of encouragement. And then I do also want to say, my involvement with your district now is very much at the campus level, coaching with principals. And again, the example today, I was in Chaparral with Ms. Duque and Ms. Barajas, and I'll be further up north in Yucca and Sunrise tomorrow. But as I move through the campuses and we're seeing in the classrooms, I think maybe we have a slide, I think, just you're seeing great instruction that has been here in this district. I have no doubt. I'm not saying that we woke up 2 weeks ago and all of a sudden great instruction, but what you're seeing is the great instruction that existed that's starting to manifest in all of this professional development that we're talking about. And I was asked by Mr. Dempsey to maybe give you just in a quick nutshell what's happening in this movement of this cohort work, and I would summarize it for you this way. Your educators are getting to a space where they have great clarity about what exactly kids are supposed to learn. And then they're improving their practices and measuring on if kids are learning. And what that's doing is arming your educators to then help the kids learn wherever they are in their progression of learning. So you've seen in these pictures, it's very student-centered, it's very student-driven. The students are now understanding where they are in their learning progression and why they're learning what they're learning, right? Not necessarily in an altruistic, like I'm gonna use this to be an engineer, but I need this to know the next thing, to know the next thing. So what you're seeing, what I'm seeing on campuses, and it's a credit to the principals that are on the campuses, it's a credit to your district leadership, and of course to those teachers and educators who are starting to really make clear, what is it that we want our kids to know? How are we going to measure if they're knowing it so that the ones that are getting it or not getting it, what we can do to support them? So I have no doubt that there's always been great education in this district, but what the transformation we're seeing quickly in your classrooms is impressive. And you know, I grew up in El Paso, Texas, so I'm an area native, and I tell the district leaders and the campus leaders all the time that it makes my heart happy to come work with you guys, because I love to see our children being so successful in the classrooms. So that's just kind of what I was asked to just give you a little update, and I took it upon myself to give you all an attaboy, attagirl, because I think you guys have really placed your district's you know, professional development direction in such a it's strategic, but it's also at the forefront of what's happening in this country. Post-pandemic, we're seeing that schools are realizing that something has to be changed a little bit, and you guys have positioned your district to be kind of at the forefront, like a model of what's to come. So unless, you know, I just want to say thank you for having me tonight. I haven't been to a board meeting in 6 months, so thank you for allowing me that experience again. I've enjoyed it, so thank you, Mr. Dempsey. And I appreciate you guys having me. It's great to meet you.
Any questions, comments, or concerns? Thank you, Mr. Acosta. Thank you for all you do again. Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion item 10C, review travel arrangements for High Reliability School Summit. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, so on your screen, you're going to see our the HRS Summit is scheduled it's in San Antonio. It's January 25th to the 27th. We have a whole team attending. The leave date is January 24th. You don't have to remember any of this because it's in the packet in your hand, okay? The return date is January 28th, and the itinerary is included in your packet. Now, be careful with that packet because it includes travel for this conference, for the NMSBA conference, and for the National School Boards Association Conference. So just hang on to that packet. Make sure you put your receipts in it when you're done. Get that back to Mary Lou and we'll get you reimbursed. Any questions on that?
Any questions, comments, concerns? I'd like to make a comment. Thank you so much, Superintendent Dempsey, for allowing us to join your team of your leadership team, yourself, and other teachers that are going, and it's a blessing, and so it's exciting that at one point, you know, I have to say, I'm like, oh my God, I was one of 5 that voted yes, and then I was like, what did I do? You know, but with anything that's good, there's going to be challenges and obstacles. But thank you all for that you didn't give up, and so thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Moving on to discussion item 10D, Gadsden High School Swimming Pool. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, I think this was the time I was supposed to introduce Mr. Smythe. Sorry.
Madam President, school board members, Superintendent Dempsey, good evening. I'm here today to discuss the GHS swimming pool. So just a little background. About a year ago, almost a year ago, we had Palms and Associates come and do an assessment of the GHS swimming pool at Gadsden High School. I was a part of that walkthrough that went through there. We found a few inadequacies with the facility. I was asked to kind of put together some figures. We'll kind of go through that right now. Okay, so first and foremost, the main thing that was of concern whenever we did our walkthrough with Palms and Associates was the fact that the western wall that attaches to the pump house facility is pulling away from the pump house facility. Within the locker room facilities, you can also see vertical and horizontal cracking within the plaster, which indicates that there is a major settling situation going on with our foundation. So it was the recommendation of Palms and Associates that we have an engineering assessment done on the entire facility, which is approximately going to be about $20,000. The actual pool itself, we have reports dating back to, I believe, 2016 that indicate that there's a problem with the liner. We need to do an assessment of the pool frame as well as the pool deck, which is deteriorating. Now, on our, right now, as it currently stands, there's different types of liners that can be applied to a swimming pool. This swimming pool is not like a residential pool, it is a commercial pool. So we have a fiberglass liner that was actually quoted for us back in 2019. However, it's important to note that the individual that quoted the liner no longer is in business. And I was fortunate enough to kind of track them down, and I was looking for kind of price quotes for what we'd be looking at for a fiberglass liner, which was the route that we intended on headed at that time. And I was told to pretty much triple the initial quote. That tripling of the initial quote comes out to about $240,000 for our spray and fiberglass liner. We can go to the next slide, please. I think you skipped one there. Here we go. Okay, so the roof on the facility needs an upgrade. We have an estimated cost of about $60,000 just for the roof. Within our walkthrough, I identified certain areas that needed attention along with Palms and Associates. I got with one of our contractors. We went through step by step as far as our heating and air conditioning, our plumbing fixtures, lighting fixtures, toilet, pretty much everything inside, including our doors. Okay, our doors are, it's not just a simple door replacement. We have to replace the entire frame. They are rusted and rotted out. So that price came in at about $160,000. So our average annual repair costs, which are pumps, lights, solenoid valves, signage, pressure gauges, et cetera, are about $22,000 a year. Now, it's important to note that these numbers go back to 2019. So we can anticipate that cost going up. Average year-round maintenance, which is our chlorine, algicide, filters, skimming, cleaners, all of that came out to about $17,000. So we were looking at about just a shade under $30,000 back in 2019. So our payroll for our lifeguards and managers came out to just a little over $18,000 for those 2 summer months. We also had background checks, all that other stuff, uniforms, $2,900. The revenue that the pool brought in, and this is from 2019, last year that it was open, was $2,620. The number of children that participated in our swimming lessons were 197. So our annual estimated cost that we're looking at is about $60,000 in order to operate the pool for 1 year. We're also looking at our one-time remodeling, which can go up or down based on our engineering assessment, right? We're looking at around $480,000. With our annual average revenue is about $2,620. So I stand for any questions.
Questions, comments, concerns for Mr. Smith? Mrs. Murillo?
The 197 students are just from Gadsden High School, or they are across the board?
That information, I'm not sure. I
Okay.
just know that it was 197 participants in the swimming lessons. Yes, ma'am.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, that is basically probably about K through about 4th grade, and specifically the Anthony area. We do not get anybody from Chaparral. We get very, very few from Sunland Park. It's mostly just our current area. The 197 is also multiple, meaning we counted them twice. So if they came 2 weeks, we counted them as coming in 2 sessions. So the 197 is probably a lower number, but we also want to give credit that they came twice, if that makes sense. It's probably not 197 kids. It might be 97 kids that attended more than 1 week session, because there was a small group of kids that like to come a lot, but the actual number is smaller.
Okay. And then, I know, if you can go back, I think it was 2 slides. Yes, that one. So, and I'm sorry, I don't know about this, but why is that we waited so long instead of going through each one of them throughout the years? I know this, you said 2019, but I mean, this issue was started in 2019, or it was before and then we just waited?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, no, there has been a previous remodel. It was approximately 10 years ago. A matter of fact, I want to say it might have been 11. It was the year that I was hired as AD. The year I was hired, this is my 11th year, we didn't open that year. They redid, and I'm going to apologize because I do not know the appropriate terms for the pool, like pumps and all of that, but where the pumps are and all the motors, all of that was repaired because we were shut down by the Environmental Protection Agency because of electrical safety issues. They would not let us run the pool anymore. They also, at that point, redid the decking, and so that was, to my knowledge, that's all that was done. And now the next things have, gone out, like the liner and that situation. So 11 years ago, there was a repair. Mr. Gallegos was in charge of that. He would have the data for you to exactly what took place.
So this we don't do the repairs per year. We just wait 5-10 years in order for us to like bundle them up and repair them?
No, ma'am. So we have, what's that? So the pool is on a PM schedule. It's with the wastewater management program. I have a wastewater technician that he manages the quality of the water. He also manages the pump house. When the pool is in use, he is also there 24/7. So anytime that the pool is utilized, we're having to pull him from his normal duties, and he is there with the pool. So there is regular PMs that are performed, even that have been ongoing to this day. We're still out taking samples. The water quality is checked pretty much weekly out there. So what we've come up upon is just normal wear and tear. As Ms. New just kind of indicated, the last time that liner was laid down has been over 10 years, which is typically the lifespan of that type of it's a polyurethane liner. Well, with our UV index and the heat that we have in the summertime here, 10 years is really stretching it out for the long run. Unfortunately, there used to be a few different options within the area that we could use in order to look at possibly going back with a very similar liner. With the COVID pandemic and everything that hit us, they're not in business anymore. So, whenever I spoke to the individual that was going to do our fiberglass inlay, which would last longer, better quality, he had indicated that we're most likely going to be looking at somebody coming from the East Coast to do it. So that's why the numbers are ticking up as far as the liner goes.
Madam President.
Secretary Rodriguez, go ahead.
So on that note, what Ms. Murillo is saying, it just seems like it has deteriorated because there really hasn't been, there's been maintenance, I get it, but if something is being utilized, I think that there has to be more upkeep, right? And so I don't think the issue is with the water. You're stating that the water tech is making sure and still doing that. I don't think at this point that's any of the problem. It's really, the numbers that we're seeing to make the repairs. I mean, for $180,000, probably could have been prevented. And I get it. I mean, the pandemic came and all. Right. But one of the biggest concerns that I have, I see the number that you're stating, that amount of people, or I guess it would mean not really be the number of people that attended, the 190, whatever it was. It's more just like sessions or them being present.
So let me give you a little bit of how we've ran it since I took over. Basically, we would, in the mornings, we'd run 2 sessions of swimming lessons. So 9 o'clock to 9:45, then you have a 15-minute break, and then you bring in the next group, 10 to 10:45. We usually had then a 45-minute break, because there's a lot of rules with the lifeguards about how much time they can be on duty. You have to rotate them, and that's very manageable, but if you're wondering about the time frame. Then about 11:30 to about 4 o'clock, we did open swim. So anybody could come in that wanted to pay their $1, or I think we charged $1 to come in, and then we just do open swim in the afternoons. Okay, in regards to some of this, I'd like to share with you is that the facilities, remember the locker room facilities are original, similar to what we toured the other night with the locker rooms with the boys' gym, or the locker rooms with the football program. You're talking years, probably 40 years that locker room's been there. It's the same thing we came across when we had to go and update that place, and we were hoping for a certain amount, and it came in significantly higher. So it's, the facilities have been maintained absolutely exceptionally well. My lifeguards, they come in, they have a routine they follow to clean the facilities. Every single day, it's we're mandated. They then clean the facilities at the end. We have EPA comes through at the beginning of the summer. They walk through with myself. I don't think Shane's done the walkthrough with us, but I know Ms. Cadena has, and I know Mario Apodaca, who does our water, has walked through it. We do a walkthrough. They clear us of everything. Anything that needs to be fixed gets fixed. So, for example, the showers have to be functional. So it's not really so much that it hasn't been maintained. It's old. Very simply, it's an old building, but it has been maintained actually very, very well by PPD, because it has to be, or we will not be allowed to open, which is what happened 11 years ago. They would not let the district open it. So that's why those repairs were made. I don't know if that helps any, but.
So on that, what you just mentioned, that it's old. So then if we put in new equipment and whatever is necessary, what would be the lifespan of all of that? It just seems that, I mean, I know that we've encountered one thing and another, you know, the one that was going to do the liner no longer being here. I get that, but what is it, you know, again, if we had prevented some of this, or perhaps started, like, not do the whole thing, and instead, you know, sporadically, you know, making those adjustments or changes to modify or to make them current, we wouldn't be in this, you know, this number right now?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it came to the board in 19 asking for some monies to, I don't want to misquote, but we've been trying to put a new liner in, and it's been something we've been trying to do. You know, as obviously it's a very expensive request.
I actually was looking at some of those reports,
trying to remember.
and I believe that at one point, which was very interesting, and I think it has to be, I don't know, looking at every single one, but it seemed like it was brought up, and then all of a sudden, there was, like, nothing was brought up about that, and then it was brought up again. So it just, you know, it's almost like saying, we need it, but we don't need it. It's, you know, there's not a dire need because we're not talking about this.
Sure.
So again, one of the things that I see is that how much advertising is there out there? You know, I am a community member from that area, and to be honest with you, there's many times that I didn't know whether it was open or not.
Sure.
So then what are we doing to be proactive in informing the community, hey, this is available for you, and this is what we can do? One other thought that has been talked about is, you know, perhaps having something like a membership, you know, not will, you know, if you sell memberships, not everyone's going to attend, but having those numbers, and it's income that you could add to that annual revenue of negative 2,620, you know, now there possibly could be a big difference. And then also, I know that, you know, whenever I went, that dollar has been something that has been the price for quite a while. So also, I think that we need to reevaluate that.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I have done some research, and when I look at Las Cruces and I look in El Paso, they try to keep the prices extremely low, but remember, city entities are running these pools, okay? So they've tried to keep the, $3 to get in. Historically, I think we need to go and explain how this pool, I've been in the district 31 years now, okay? So at one point in our district, we had a summer recreation program, and it was run out of the athletic office, and every elementary could do it. We had summer rec employees, and the pool was part of that. And once a week, we had a bus that brought kids from Chaparral, Santa Teresa, Sunland Park. Okay, that program was dissolved numerous years ago, specifically because the state brought in things like K+5, and I'm going to defer to Nick. What Jumpstart? Thank you. So the other thing that has happened is our school summer has shortened. Okay, so we no longer bus anybody in, and it was for $1 because it was something that we didn't want there to be any reason why a child in our district could not come swim. Okay, swimming lessons were $2. I don't know if you looked at swimming lessons lately, but a private, you're looking at $70 for swimming lessons. Our community can't afford that. So opening the pool was always about the community and our little ones, water safety, and giving them an opportunity to learn how to swim. But once the summer rec program dissolved, the participation at the pool has also dissolved. Our entire district does not benefit from this pool. Anthony Region benefits from this pool, and that's okay if that's what we're doing, and we will continue to do that. But if you want to raise prices, right now you can get a membership at Wet and Wild for $69 and go there 7 days a week, anytime you want. We are open when the school's open. We don't get those people. We get the little kids, and that's absolutely awesome. We love them. We have a great time with them. But the environment of a pool is not what you see the community really participating in anymore. You see splash pads. You see the Wet and Wild. The lesson plans are huge. Swim lessons are huge because we need kids to have water safety. But if I raise the price, I don't think I'll see the participation, because the key was keeping that price within a reason that our kids could participate. Kids may not be able to spend the $70 to go to Wet and Wild for a whole thing. I think it's $39 or $29 for one day to go to Wet and Wild. So if we open the pool and we so choose to do so, and I will do that for you, and there's a directive to raise what we charge, I think we're actually contradicting ourselves in what we say the pool is supposed to do for our community.
Well, I'm not saying that, there be a drastic change. I'm just saying that those numbers reflect on the negative 2,620. So I think it's a conversation that really needs to continue.
Absolutely.
I greatly appreciate everything that was presented right now, but it is something that, yes, I hear you, it would be contradicting, but at the same time, closing it down completely, there's zero opportunity, right? When possibly raising it a bit, and I'm not saying, to $20, raising it a bit, that could, it would continue, and the community would be able to benefit out of this. And then, of course, being able to service not just the Anthony area, but making it, the community surrounding areas aware that this is available and what it looks like, because that's something that really needs to be shouted out and really highlighted so that people know that this is something that's, again, available for them. But thank you.
And we can do that.
Any further questions before I go? Okay, my turn.
Yes, ma'am.
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
sir.
Madam President, I just might add, and I was just made aware of this a few months ago, the city of Anthony, who is expanding, doing some work in the golf course area, right? They have included in their master plan a water park, which they believe would be free to the community. So that's just a factor I want you to be aware of as we make these decisions.
Based on what you said, sir, do you have any information as far as what this water park entails? Is it just like you get wet, and how deep is the water? Is there an actual swimming pool area, or is it literally splash pad area?
Madam President, I'm not. I don't have the details of that, but it is something that I just think we have to be aware of.
Okay, so here's my questions. I've said it before, and I'm almost embarrassed to say this, but it's okay. So I'm a Gadsden High School graduate, class of 1994. I did not know, as a graduate of the high school, that there was a swimming pool that I could have used, which is sad. So where did I learn how to swim? In YSP program, UTEP. So, and I know some of you were not in charge at the time, but I'm thinking, dang, if I didn't know, how many people have not known? Realistically, how much promotion have we really put into? Now with social media, you know, that's a powerful tool that I would encourage us to use to promote our swimming pool. One of many questions that I have is, if we wanted to use it for the summer, could we use it or not? Or what?
Are you saying, is it available to use this summer?
Like, is it safe?
Well, EPA, I'm gonna let Shane, the bottom line is we have to get it evaluated by the state, and they will come in and they will walk through with all of us and say whether we are clear to we have to have an operator's license to do so. My guess is I would think we would pass. I don't know why we wouldn't, but they have to come in and do that. I would hate to even gesture whether we could or not.
It would all depend upon the condition of the liner at this point.
Okay.
And
So
the actual, you can see fraying and you can see where it's tearing away from itself, just normal wear and tear over time. But until that pool's completely drained and we actually get down on the surface, we don't know the extent to the damage.
So I'm not a swimmer, I mean, I can swim, but I don't know about maintaining swimming pools. But has that water ever been drained, or how long has that water been there? The current water that's there?
Typically, we don't drain the pool. It's not cost effective to do so. It's more cost effective to keep our chemical levels up and maintain the pH and algae level, which our wastewater technicians do a phenomenal job of doing. If the other thing that we run the risk of, once we drain that pool, the water does offer some sort of a protective layer to that liner. Once it's completely drained, now we'll have to arrange it to be inspected, so I don't know what the lead time is, but it'll be expected to be drained and completely dry by the time they get here. And I don't know what that lead time would be, but as soon as it airs out completely and it's dry, it's gonna start to, you know, deteriorate at a very high rate. The problem areas will get worse.
Okay, so who did you say we would have to contact to get the inspection? And is there a cost?
No, there's no cost. There's no, EPA, right? The EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency comes in, and they sign off and give us, consider it like an occupancy, like when you purchase a new home or you build a home and they come in and they give you that occupancy certificate. It's that type of thing that I get, that they get, we get together, and that's how we know we have been given a sticker. And there's quite a bit involved, you know. We have to have for example, we have to have a phone line there, right, for emergencies. We have to have all these numbers, and there's quite a bit involved in it, and we've been cleared, except for the one time when they had to do the repairs, and we've been cleared, and that's a testament really to PPD and the job they've done at maintaining the facilities.
Okay, so then based on what the question I asked and the response that was given, really it comes down to even the thought of reopening, we would have to have that inspection, the pool would have to be drained, correct?
So I don't want to contradict Mr. Smythe, but we don't have to drain the pool for the EPA to come in. The pool drain, yeah, it's just water quality. That doesn't happen.
So the EPA is just, all they need to just approve the water quality?
No, they're going to come in and they have a form. They check the showers, they check the commodes, they check the tile, they check the decking for safety, they check for anything protrusions. We have 2 small slides for the little kids. They check those for safety. They check that we are ADA compatible. We have a lift, so if someone comes in that is handicapped, we can get them appropriately out of their wheelchair and into the pool. They then go into the part that I will defer to Shane on, and that is the pumps and the motors and the electrical, the pump house, which is a huge room, and they check all of that all of those pipes and such are working appropriately. And then I have to submit licensure for all the licenses, for the lifeguards. They have to prove that they have passed their tests and that type of thing, and we submit those licenses to them. And once all of that is done, then we get a permission to operate a public pool. And of course, the standards are much higher than your backyard pool. Obviously, your backyard pool, you do whatever you want. But and so we have to have all those things in place to make sure that we're providing the appropriate, safe environment for the kids. And so that's what we have to do.
Okay, so we do not need to drain the water for them to give us the go.
Not for the EPA, but for the evaluation of the liner, you would have to do that.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm understanding, so then it sounds it's 2 inspections, liner and EPA. So to open the pool, what needs to be inspected
So
for functioning in this
ultimately,
coming
what-
summer?
What we've done, and kind of like what was broken down at the beginning of the presentation, whenever we asked Palms and Associates to come and do an assessment of the facility, it's the same as whenever they come and they do an assessment of our schools. So they're going to hit every single point. They're going to look at life safety, first and foremost, okay? So our entrances and exits were of major concern, right? Just due to the fact that you have tons of moisture coming off of the pool. The doors themselves are metal. The frames are rusted out. You really, some of those doors, you have to really put a shoulder in it. 285, 290, 285 on a good day. And I had to shoulder it pretty good to get it open. So it's more of a life safety thing at this point with Palms and Associates. So therefore, that $160,000 price is what was quoted for the repairs that came off the report for Palms and Associates. Now, on the locker rooms themselves, the locker room as well as the ADA ramp, which is not in compliance because the ADA ramp is cracked and it is not suitable for wheelchair access at this point. So if you're familiar with the GHS pool, on the western side is where our pump house is, and it's also where the wall is starting to pull away. That's where our ADA ramp is. Our ADA ramp has started to crack. Now, it's important to note the reason why we want to do the engineering and the structural integrity test is this is considered an in-ground pool, but it's not technically in-ground. It's a pour.
It's a what?
It's a pour. It's a concrete pour. It's a cast. So it's an in-ground pool, but it's not technically in the ground, right? So everything has shifted. There's a shift. There's a foundational shift that's occurred. And that's why the western wall has started to pull itself away. So right now, as it stood, and this was a year ago, almost a year ago, if you look at the bottom of the wall by the pump house door, it's flush. Those two walls are flush. As I go up, that wall has got an overhang of 3/4 of an inch. That tells me that that wall is starting to lean, okay? So I need to figure out what the structural integrity of that wall is and why it's trying to pull away. Inside the locker rooms, we found multiple areas within the locker rooms that had both horizontal cracking and vertical, which tells me that it's a major settling issue. If it was just one or the other, wear and tear. The repairs that have gone in and the upkeep of the pool has been maintained, and there's been years and years of plaster that have been put over the center block. When you flake away that plaster, we start to see the real, it's almost like peeling the skin back, right? We're peeling the skin back, and the bones are very, very brittle at this point.
So when you say there's, the walls are moving or whatever, you're talking about in the ground?
I'm talking about the foundation. So where the foundational pour, so if we imagine this is as the locker rooms, our strength comes from underneath us, right? And then our walls, are just primarily going to support our roof with the help of our floor for the weight capacity. Now, when there's any type of shift, that building becomes out of square. So whenever a building's out of square, now I've moved one wall away from another wall. So if I have pulling away on the western wall, the eastern wall, I don't know what the integrity of that is now. I don't know if it's starting to lean towards the western wall or is it starting to pull away? Because if I look at it just by my eye, I can't tell, I can't make that judgment. The only reason why we noticed anything was it's very apparent on that western wall because it's flush with another facility that was already there before they built this wall. And as that wall goes up, it starts to hang over about 3/4 of an inch.
Cool. So I know that I requested, because for the public to know when we, when was it? When did we go?
Friday.
Last Friday, and, you know, we did not create a quorum, we were separated. And so, because upon my request, I requested a tour of the, Joe Boyd's gym, that was finished years ago, but, you know, I was probably me and Mr. Castillo were the only ones in the board at the time when we approved it. And so I requested that. Awesome, thank you. And so then I took the opportunity when Claudia and I, you know, toured it, so there's 2 of us, no quorum. But she had to leave, but I took the opportunity to ask, you know, does somebody have keys so that we can get in there, so that I can see this thing, this pool. So I appreciate that I got to see as far as the showers, and that's it. So I want the public to know that I did request Mr. Dempsey that a tour be given to us, and I would hope that all of us who don't have an idea like myself what this thing looks like, that we would be present. And I appreciate if you could be there, sir, so you can, what you're telling me, I'm a visual learner, so if you could point out these things that you're saying, that would be awesome. And then I would request that this information be sent to the board, this presentation. And is there any way that that could be posted so the public can see that information? And then the other thing is, I guess it's my comments, questions, is, you know, this is something that is very important because I've gotten multiple calls from community members in the Gadsden area, from parents and teachers, et cetera, staff members of Save the Pool, right? And so I think the community deserves also an opportunity, sir, for a session where just very much like where we give them the opportunity to give us input and ideas on how maybe we can possibly save the pool or possibly not save the pool, right? Possible is the key word here, a possibility. And so piggybacking on what Ms. Rodriguez said is, you know, let us take a realistic look of how much we've done, an honest view of what we've done to promote the pool. And something that, you know, yes, you know, attempts have been made, and I appreciate that you bus people from Chaparral, thank you, students. But something that I'm thinking, dang, if I did not know that it existed, then since I attended high school, was that swimming pool, here's a question, has the swimming pool been solely used for the community, or have these students of Gadsden High School actually used the swimming pool? And I appreciate the facts that there's Wet n Wild, and that I appreciate that, you know, a splash pad or something's gonna be created by Anthony, but really, like, you know, what I'm asking is, like, why haven't the students of Gadsden High School in the history been primarily the beneficiaries of learning how to swim, maybe in PE, when the weather is warm? And I know new administration, but I'm thinking, dang, that's sad, because why did we not take advantage? Why did our kids who graduated, including myself, whoever did not get to, why is what I want to know.
So, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I will answer for the time that I've been involved in this. The pool is not heated. So we usually open it, once again, we used to open it all of June, all of July. Remember, we used to not start school till late August. So we now open it for approximately 7 weeks. There's no heat, so Mother Nature has to do its job, and it does in June and July. It would in August if we were still in session. So to run the pool for kids during the school year, it's an outdoor pool. It would not be warm enough for them to be able to get into it to do lessons. The other thing is that in the summers, since I came on board, I have opened the pool, given the coaches opportunities. I said, hey, I would love to see our athletes. You know, Gadsden High School is a very unique situation that the other two high schools do not have. And that is that those athletes come every day and work out in the summer. And I have given the opportunity to coaches. I set up times where their athletes could come in and use the pool for both therapy and fitness training. I had one summer, at one point, the varsity volleyball team coach took opportunity for that and came in twice. And we had one point where the football team came in, but they did not want to use it they just wanted to come play and jump around and stuff. It's a small pool, and I'm just going to be completely honest with you, we had to ask them to leave because 50 high school kids, when the majority of the pool are little kids, it wasn't safe. So we had to, it breaks my heart to say that to you, but you asked the question, so I'm going to be honest. We've offered it to them, and they've not taken us up on it in the capacity that we think they should. It was a great opportunity every summer for athletes at Gadsden High School to use that pool for conditioning and for workouts. And like I said, one coach took me up on it, and that is it in the years that I have been here. We have had changes in coaches, so in defense of whoever's new in coaching, I certainly don't want them to take the hit for that. But that has been the extent of us being able to get that the student body has taken advantage of it. We don't see high school kids come to that pool. They're going to Wet and Wild where the girls are, okay? Our pool is with the our pool is really about the young kids, and it's something that I actually take great pride in. You know, the little kids come, and it's a very safe environment. They draw pictures for the lifeguards. It's what you think it is, right? It is. But it's not older kids coming and hanging out. We don't see 16 and 17-year-olds showing up. They're going to the Wet and Wilds of the world and doing teenage things. When you think of the pool, I would like you to please think of our younger kids. And I don't know if that helps answer, if that answers your question, but is that, and getting back to the school year, I suspect you could probably run it in your PE class through September and maybe the 1st of May. Most people in our region open their pools Mother's Day weekend. That's when Wet and Wild opens, on Mother's Day weekend. And that's pretty true about southern New Mexico. And so if you don't have a heater, right? If you don't have a heater in your pool. So you're looking at approximately, you probably could do something, but very, very limited.
Go ahead. No? Okay, I'm just like throwing possibilities, so.
Sure.
What about, how much would can you look into seeing, and is this even doable, enclosing so that that you can use it in the winter? Is that enough to enclose? I don't know.
Well, anything's feasible, right? I mean, anything's doable. It just boils down to dollars. And I mean, that's ultimately kind of where we're at with this, is there needs to be a considerable investment made to get the pool up to where it needs to be, if it's going to be utilized. And then we have to have the realistic expectation that, you know, it's not going to be a moneymaker.
It's not going to be what?
It's not going to be a moneymaker for the district. We're going to lose money annually on this pool. That's just the facts of the matter. But as somebody that grew up at that pool, you know, and utilizing that pool, it means a lot to the community. I know it does. It means a lot to me. I can remember getting off of work and going into the pool. You know, that's just what we did. In regards to your previous question of, has there ever been classes? Yes, there has been classes.
And why didn't they stop?
This was back whenever I was in high school. I won't tell you how long ago, but it's been a while. There were PE classes, and just like Ms. New just said, they took place early in the fall and late in the spring semester. And not everybody, you know, it was kind of a learn to swim type deal that was offered at that point in time. So, yeah. So anything's doable. I mean, there's a few different options that we can look at as far as if we need that pool heated. But again, it's going to boil down to dollars. It's going to be expensive. Because it's not just a residential pool. It's hundreds of thousands of gallons of water that we've got to circulate and heat, and it's got to be a certain temperature at all times.
But you
especially
just
in the
said
winter
something,
months.
so if we don't enclose it, there is a possibility of there being a heated outdoor pool.
There's different routes and avenues, like I said, but it all boils down to dollars or money, really.
Okay.
As far as to heat a pool that's out, not covered,
Electric
is very
bill.
expensive. It's not where you can't retain. It'd be like heating your house without a roof on it.
Mhm.
To retain the heat would be the problem. To be able to cover it and have it heated would be a different story.
No, I know it's possible because I've been at a conference where there was an outdoor heated pool. Very nice, so it is possible, but.
It's absolutely, just extremely.
Mhm. Okay, so I would just say that, I mean, I would request that there be an opportunity for the community to give their input, ideas, you know, to see how revenue can be increased, most definitely. How can we work, you know, I'd love, you know, for the students to benefit, the high school students. And, you know, I would like to hear their voice, you know, because it's in their school. That'd be interesting to see, Ms. Nagarata, your students, what do they think? Because they, you know, I'm just, you know, you don't have to answer, but. And so, yeah, before making a decision, is look at all the possibilities, I guess. Any further questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 10E, our 2023-24 school calendar. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Woolgamith is going to present this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, thank you for having me back tonight to do a second discussion item on where we're at with our 23-24 school calendar development. I've given you a handout that has a couple of items from our presentation this evening. However, I did email you the complete presentation with some other interactive links if you'd like to look at that at your convenience. Next slide, please. So just a reminder, as we develop our school calendar, the purpose is to prioritize and maximize student learning along with supporting teachers and planning. That's one of our big goals. Next slide, please. Again, a quick reminder here of our timeline and input that we're at. Last time we were at in December, we gave you the results of the pre-planning survey. Tonight we are looking at the drafts that we developed in consultation with all of our stakeholders, and after this we will then adjust the drafts as needed, possibly send it out to vote and bring it back to you for possible action on the 9th of February. Next slide, please. Just remember some of our key considerations and priorities from last time. We want to make sure we keep and maintain our collaboration, teacher collaboration time. We want to make sure that we are using the collaboration time in alignment with our Marzano's HRS, High Reliability Schools model that you're going to learn a lot about in a couple of weeks here. Teacher teaming, collaborative groups is an important part of that. And again, look, is there times available to train our new teachers that don't involve taking them out of the classroom? And of course, know that the NMPED is considering providing additional funding for incorporation of more planning time into, or more planning time, but considering funding planning time equal to instructional hour, as a portion of your instructional hour time. Next slide, please. And then, of course, as we discussed this evening, other priorities, the legislature is going to gavel into session for 2 months, 2 months next week. A lot on the table here about education, including possible adjustments to instructional days, hours, minutes. So we need to make sure as we look at these drafts and possibly approve them, that based on the results of the legislative session, it could have us, I guess, coming back. However, as a team, we have worked to develop some calendars that we think that what the PED may come back with, we can fit within it. But there's always a chance we may not be able to meet their mandates. And again, alignment with the ACC, NMSU, our regional school district calendars, and of course, HR and finance. Always have to take a last look on that as well. Next slide, please. So this is a slide here that has these 3 links on this page are the 3 papers that you have in front of you. The first one, if we can click on, is our calendar comparisons. So if you want to click, Mr. Snowdy, on this calendar comparisons, I'll bring your attention to the left-hand bullets. Those left-hand bullets are everything that both calendars have in common, okay? So you'll see the start of the year, the start of a student year, fall break, Thanksgiving break, start of the second semester for students, spring break, our single-day holidays, parent conference days, those are all common early outs on both. On the right-hand side, and I will walk through a few of these differences between calendars 1 and 4 that we're going to look at in a second. We did come up with 4 kind of different drafts, took it to the stakeholders, and really said, of what you see here, what are your 2 most preferred that meet our needs? And so we had 4, and they said, team, this is what we'd like you to share with the school board. And then, of course, on the bottom here, and they're for your reference, there's some statements on the alignment with regional school district calendars. Okay, so we're not letting other regional school districts drive our calendar, but we recognize we live here smack in the middle of places where people travel from. So if we can meet our needs and have some regional alignment, I think it's a plus for everyone. And then for your perusing later, I have linked on there, on the bottom of that page, the different local calendar options, and many local school districts are going through their voting process at this time. Mr. Snowdy, can you please put up number 1, calendar draft number 1? And I'm going to kind of point up here. It's going to be kind of hard, but I'll kind of refer to the sheet you have in front of you just in case it's difficult to see. Okay, so again, when you glance at these calendars, this is the same color and color formatting as we've had this last year. So basically the days in the tan color are student days in session. Green days are teacher PD days. The blue days are parent conference days, no students. And the early outs, of course, are blocked out there as well. Black days are the days that are off schedule. So again, this calendar, if you look at it, this is very similar, and our stakeholders said they liked our calendar this year. So this calendar is very similar in what we're doing this school year, okay? Major features to note here. 4 PD days at the beginning of the first semester, 4 PD days at the beginning of the second semester. A work day at the end of the first week, at the start of the school year, work day the last day on the 24th of May. I bring your attention to the start and end of the Christmas break, or the winter break. You'll see the last day for winter break is the 15th. On this calendar, teachers return on the 2nd. For PD, students return on the 8th, just like this year. So again, when you're looking at this, those are a couple of features I wanted to point out. Again, very similar to this year. Again, many of our stakeholders kind of like what we're doing this year. If you switch over to number 4, Mr. Snowdy, this is a calendar based on a little bit of feedback we got from the pre-planning survey, talking about PD days and kind of switching them around and looking at some regional calendars as well, how they're kind of managing their PD days. So again, similarity here, the 4 green PD days and 1 work day at the beginning of the school year. And then if you look in January, you'll see in January at the start, there are only 2 PD days listed at the start of January. This is a very common trend regionally in our calendars for second semester PD. Most of the regional calendar partners, when you get a chance to look on it, they have one PD day at the start of the second semester. And what they do with their other PD days is they stick them in a couple other places throughout the calendar. So we did that here on this calendar 4. We took 2 of the days that were happening in January, and we moved 1 to September, and we moved 1 to February. And we put those right up against kind of our parent conference days. So basically, if you're looking at September, the September 13th, we would have a early out day that day. That evening, we would have parent conferences. And then, of course, the kids would be out of school for the rest of that week. However, the teachers would come on the 14th for PD. The teachers would return for a morning on the 15th for parent-teacher conferences. So conveniently that week, it lines up. We had a couple of parents mention on some of our families mentioned, hey, you know, a lot of our families celebrate Mexican Independence Day. That one happens to line up and really give our families some flexibility to travel for that celebration. And then if you look in February, you'll see the same type of setup in the middle of February. Again, the 14th early out day. After the PLCs are over, some evening parent conferences, a PD day on the 15th, and the 16th, a morning of parent-teacher conferences there. Again, moving PD days kind of spread throughout the calendar gives you a little flexibility to, oftentimes consultants like Dr. Costa and folks get booked those first weeks of the school year, you know, because they're traveling around. We're lucky, we kind of get in there early with some first dibs. But, you know, if we're looking to have some more flexibility on dates from associates to come in from Marzanos, for example, and do a district-wide presentation, right? Having those PD days there allow for that flexibility. Or if we decide, hey, you know what, we need to bring in on those 2 days some longer half sessions for our new teachers. That's an option there as well. The only other thing I want to point out on this that's different, if you look at the start and end of Christmas break. So if you look down there at Christmas winter break begins a little later on December 20th. That'll be an early out day. And then the kids return again on the 8th. I do want to point out to you that most of our regional calendar folks in our area, many of them are having their last day of school on the 20th or even the 22nd. So when you get a chance to look at all those calendars that I shared with you on those links, you'll notice I think only one district has getting on the 15th, and others are like the 20th and the 22nd. So there's some variation in the regional calendars when Christmas break is starting. And so you'll also notice a difference here that you know, counting up all the days, make sure we count up all the days. The last day of school on this one will be the 22nd with a teacher work day on Thursday the 23rd. That gives many of our families the ability to kind of get a little kick on their summer break. So I wanted to share that with you. Now I'm going to go to my last slide on the presentation here to kind of summarize, and then I can provide any clarification on these things. So some kind of last thoughts on this. Oftentimes we get questions about why does our school year end when it ends? I personally like when it ends because it's really nice being out before El Paso's still in school. It's really nice to get a jump start on the break. But more functionally, we like to end before Memorial Day because UTEP has been great partners with us in reserving that weekend, really kind of for exclusive use of GISD. And I didn't know this till I, 2 or 3 years into being a high school principal. They host something like 40 ceremonies at UTEP. And so it's nice we can get all of ours done on basically almost one day that weekend, whereas other districts that are ending later, they're having to split them up on a Tuesday night and really odd days. So we're very fortunate we get kind of exclusive access to a weekend day, which I think families appreciate because you have family in from town. You're not having to come in on a Thursday night or a Wednesday night. So if you ever wondered about that or get questions about that, that's a reason for that. And Mr. Nichols, I know you had asked President Flores last year, could we get the graduation dates on this, coming up? And he's actually already given me some tentative date because he says, hey, if you guys can commit to Memorial Day weekend, I can commit to reserving these dates and times for you already. So we're in a closer position where we can publish those earlier. Here is one of the most important things that I learned in talking to the Equity Council, and this struck me. Our parents, when we talked about early outs, we talked about, the different kinds of things, and working in Gadsden for 21 years, this is one thing I always appreciate. We trust you and we support you, right? We can support you on the early outs, we can support you on this, but please try to have some consistency in the calendar. Please don't change it drastically, right, from what you're doing in 22-23 to 23-24. So we can, so we can plan. We're in a pattern. And that's what I really took away from the parents of, hey, we're here to support you. Just try to be consistent. And I think this district has done a good job, the whole, for the many years I've been here, in trying to be consistent with their calendar. After we talk about this tonight, we're going to take it back to this, the stakeholders, start with admin, everybody. There may be a few tweaks. There were some suggestions about, when the parent conferences should be, some very minor things. So after the discussion time, we might make some minor tweaks before we send it out to vote. But it would be nothing drastic beyond what you see here. We did, as I mentioned to you, we had the survey, and there were some folks that gave comments back about, concerns about early outs. So we did reach out to several of them via email to get their input. And I'll tell you, the tone that we got from that is, we like the early outs, but hey, step back. The teachers were kind of step back and look at how is that effectively being used from campus to campus, and really consider what this campus might be a little different from this campus or this cluster of schools, and so really take in consideration how that time can be used. I think that's obviously a very valid point. And then kind of the parents said, and of course some of the teachers said, and we want to make sure time's used effectively in the morning, instructional time's used effectively, and we want to make sure our parents are supported. Because we did say, hey, we were going to have some opportunities if they couldn't pick up their kids, that we would have IAs and folks there to watch and support the kids. So we need to make sure we commit to do that in areas where we need to improve. Also understand that as we talk about Alta Vista and Desert Pride, they were able to fit in the schedule this year, working with Boone Transportation. But as we kind of get to finalizing those things, there's always special, because of whatever their schedules might be, there's always special needs for that. And so I always want to make sure you all understand that we always leave space with Alta Vista and Desert Pride to, like example, Alta Vista, their early outs are on Fridays, because that's kind of fits their model best. So just understand that there has to be that flexibility there. And of course, we want to submit these calendar drafts to stakeholders for voting later this month for a 3-day window. So after we have our discussion tonight and do our tweaks, I'll kind of take this presentation here and make it into sort of a parent-friendly kind of explanation. Does that make sense? A strategy I use when I was still on the campus prior to coffee with the principal. I'd get the presentation ready. I'd put together, here's all the information that's coming out, okay? If you have any questions, contact us. If you need clarification in person, come to the meeting next week. And oftentimes, you get that information out in front of the parents before you put the voting out. They have kind of time to digest it. So I'd like to give them a few days. Here's what's going on. And then a few days later, send a survey out. So that's what we're looking at with the calendar discussion or suggestions here. Nothing too drastically different between those, but it's really talking about where we position our PD days, and our PD days is kind of and the start and the end of Christmas break is kind of the variations there. So, next slide, Mr. Snowdy. Okay, good. Any clarifications that I can provide for you this evening?
Questions, comments, concerns? No. So I just a comment that I have, and I'm not saying that I'm would be for this or not, just food for thought, is election day. How do y'all know how successful it turned out? Was there any issues that happened? Because I personally did let you know at Chaparral Middle School, and this is a family member, that called me saying, hey, there's this man who's arguing about the pen, and he's getting crazy, and who's gonna, feeling like, okay, what's gonna happen? And other people have contacted me saying, also, but based on that example, what I thought was like, I had mentioned to you, sir, and you responded that the Doña Ana clerk's office is primarily the one responsible. So I believe we cannot have law enforcement as to not, suppress the voter, or intimidate the voter? But we still have our security, correct? And if somebody that's radical would go, would act extreme, would law enforcement be called, or would our security take action?
Both.
Because
Madam President, both. We're gonna protect kids and protect people, life, and so our security would do what they need to do, and law enforcement would be contacted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Castillo needs to be let into the building. He's locked out.
Madam President, to respond briefly to a clarification for you, I do recall that question that came at the board meeting. What I can share with you is that if you take a look at the regional calendars coming up next year, right, for 23-24, I didn't see one election day time off there. Now again, it's an off year, right? It's not a midterm year or a presidential year. So I know as the academic services team, we did kind of have a conversation. Okay, let's see how it goes with this midterm. We know it's going to. That's last year, right? Last year, 2022 midterm. Going to be a big turnout. Let's see how that goes. And then we really talked about in the off years where there may be an election day, but actually New Mexico's kind of tried to consolidate everything onto the same calendar. There'd be very very small elections in your odd years. We did most certainly say though, as we look at the midterm years and the presidential year, so that wouldn't be this year's calendar, 23-24. It would possibly be the 24-25 would be the presidential year. I think we do need to look at considerations and look at that. But I think we have a good, like you sort of mentioned, we have a good idea of how a school would operate during a heavy turnout election. So we ran kind of a little experiment this year, and so I think we have some insight into what decisions we can make going forward.
Yeah, and from that experience, my concern is just making sure, because we are running school, that our kids and staff are safe in case a radical extremist or whatever might present themselves during election. But
yes, ma'am.
And then the other comment is I have to, because a constituents reached out, and so their concern is they said, why are we, and I explained this professional development, because they're like, we went, Mrs. Flores, from 2 weeks off to 3 weeks off, and some of them told me that they don't like that, and I'm like, okay. One of the reasons they told me is like, they're like, I have to feed my kids like a third week, so are there any plans? And I'm like, I'm just sharing what I was told, because some families, they struggle, and unfortunately, sometimes the only meals that our kids might get would be at school. So are there any plans for the future for maybe the third week? I don't know. It's just, I'm just saying what people are expressing.
Definitely, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. I think those are discussions that we can have an academic services team, regardless as we move forward. I know that ironically, Mrs. Hernandez has been right in the middle of some stuff with feeding rural communities. So I can't speak to the specifics of that, but I do always know that is a concern, right? Food, childcare. I mean, those things become a challenge the longer the break is.
Okay. And then on Wednesdays, just to make sure our kids are getting lunch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very nice. And then I know this is not part of the calendar, but just food for thought is because, let me see, Teachers' Workday, so I'm going to tie it in to make it, So the 28th, which is one day for teacher preparation, as a classroom, well, not in the classroom anymore, but as a classroom teacher especially, I've taught both. I've taught secondary, elementary. The reality is that our elementary colleagues take a whole lot more time to prepare a room than one day versus secondary, fácil, And so I just, I appreciate the 1 day, but food for thought would be, are our administrators at the elementary level providing time for our teachers to stay after and even access to weekends, which then takes me into our custodial staff, that maybe the week before school starts, do our teachers have access to get into the building? Because by then, custodial staff should have finished buffing and waxing and cleaning. Just food for thought,
Madam President, Ms. Board, Superintendent Dempsey, again, right, correct. I think a lot of us, these educators, principals, former teachers in this classroom, I think a lot of us were the ones that were there the week before, or that can I go there on July 7th? I really need to start getting ready.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't speak specifically to, obviously each of the campuses practices. I can't speak to my experience with these folks as a co-administrator. Always, my experience is they're always looking to give teachers the opportunity to be as prepared as they can. I can't speak to the timeline for custodial and buffing floors either. However, I do know in practice, that was always a question that I would have as secretary principal. When are y'all gonna be buffing? Because I got Mrs. So-and-so and she wants to come in right away. So let me tell her how long she needs to wait. So that's a discussion we can have in the principals meeting to really see what we can do to continue to accommodate availability for our staff.
Yeah. So, that's it for me. So with that, thank you, sir. Have a good evening. Thank you. Then moving on, next item is 10F, update regarding possible consolidation of Mesquite Elementary with North Valley Elementary and Vado Elementary. Superintendent.
Okay, Madam President, board members, this is our second proposed consolidation plan of Mesquite Elementary. You're seeing, very similar pattern here, declining enrollment in all three schools, Mesquite, North Valley, and Vado. We've got to consider the future facility investments. Mesquite is the oldest building of those three. We got to right-size our staff. I want to create a gradual process. My recommendation is this would begin the 23-24 school year. Adequate spacing. North Valley and Vado, between the two, have 330 open options. There's 235 students at Mesquite Elementary. Progressive phase out. What we would, if this were approved, we would temporarily probably use that campus during our construction phase of Gadsden Middle School. Next slide, please. These are the numbers. Last 10 years, if you go back 10 years, Mesquite Elementary had 404 students. Today, 235. North Valley had 407. Today, 265. Vado, 474. Today, 327. I apologize. Next slide is the graph. It's a line graph of same information, just graphed. Next slide is the combined. If you take all three, 10 years ago, you had 1,285 students between those three schools. Today, 827. Next slide. Timeline. We've had a discussion item in September on this, another one in December. We are having a discussion item today. Obviously, I did meet with the staff at Mesquite Elementary this week. I have a proposed community meeting scheduled for the 17th next week, and could be an action item as early as February 9th. Attendance zones may also need to be adjusted depending on the balance, and then keep in mind that, as we've talked about, 6th grade STEM Academy would eventually remove all 6th grade classes off those campuses. So you're going to size down again significantly very quickly. Next slide, I think, is questions, concerns, ideas.
Questions, concerns, comments for Mr. Dempsey? If while you're preparing, if I may. So similar concerns that I have, where possibility of closing, let me make sure I get my schools. Mesquite, actually, no. I was looking at item G. So in this case, Mesquite Elementary is a dual language school, correct?
Absolutely.
And then both North Valley and Vado Elementary are dual language schools.
That's correct.
Okay, and I guess my unless I come up with other questions, my last question would be at this time, is we just finished voting and closing one school. So is that too much for the district to handle? Because if, continue looking, there's another proposal. So that's what I struggle with. Is that too much for us to bite at this time? Because then, if I may finish this, are we going to be doubling up again? One school is one school now, two, and then possibly three. Is it too much for some that we can handle, or why wouldn't it be too much?
Madam President, board members, I appreciate the question, and so what I think I've tried to put together is an awareness, so that whether these get consolidated or not, the board has a clear awareness of what the recommendations are, and these are financial implications. So at some point, you're not going to be able to add campuses unless you consolidate schools. You're not going to have the money in your budget to staff them. You're not going to have operational dollars to do so. In addition, priorities that could be made by the board that says, we don't want to see combination classrooms. That's a budget decision. Where are you going to get that money? You've got to start making, these are budget decisions. And over time, if I could do this gradually, I can work to protect staff. If it's not done gradually, I will not be able to offer those protections. So that's my biggest reason for bringing this up. And you'll see in the next one, not this one, the next one, I'm actually proposing that for the following school year, not the coming school year, the following. So do I think we could handle consolidating 2 schools? Yes, I do. Do I think we could handle 3? Not in 1 year, no.
Okay, and then my other question, so then at this time, as Ms. Hernandez had stated, there is a hiring freeze in order to make sure that our staff that's going to be affected is, obviously you said nobody's going to lose their job, but I'm not asking for I'm asking what are you going to do? How long is this hiring freeze that you mentioned going to happen in order to accommodate?
Yeah, Madam President, board members, just for clarity, we do not have a hiring freeze. We have paused on instructional coaches for hiring because we knew we had some movement that could possibly occur and we could reassign them very quickly. So it's only actually, I think, 2 positions for instructional coaches. We have openings and we know these may get approved, and if they do, then that's a possibility we would move those instructional coaches there.
So then I misunderstood, I apologize. So then the pause is for the instructional coaching position?
Yeah, the pause is only for the instructional coaches positions. We don't have a hiring freeze in place.
Okay, so very well, these teachers that could potentially be affected and the ones that are affected now because we approved it, can start looking at the vacancies.
Absolutely, absolutely, we can start moving. I would offer them the same kind of really, I'm going to call it maybe the special benefit package of if this is approved, this was a decision you didn't get to make, and you may have to temporarily assume a position, and then we would, if you saw something come up that you had said you wanted, I would honor that for you, because again, happy teachers, happy staff, equals happy kids.
So in order to, if this were to be approved and it becomes an action item, in the previous proposal that was passed this evening, you talk about, I forget if I saw would there be possible rezoning involved. How would you decide who would go to North Valley and who would go to Vado? Because both at this point, it's a totally different situation now where we got 3 schools that are dual language.
Yeah, Madam President, board members, thank you for the question. We would just really look at the numbers and the current, where those students reside. I would really love for it to be something very simple like the railroad tracks. If you're on this side, you go to North Valley. If you're on this side, you go to Vado. I'm not sure it's going to be that simple, but you want to make landmarks be the boundaries, and they want to kind of make sense. So when parents realize, oh, I'm technically closer to North Valley, but I'm getting on a bus and going to Vado. Why? right? Those are hard I get those calls a lot, and it's got to make sense a little bit, meaning this road was the boundary. This road was established at the boundary. The railroad track was established at a boundary. I can't promise that's going to work out, but we'll look at those addresses, and then we'll make those recommendations for those areas.
So I get it that you can't promise, and I totally respect that, but it's like, it's this example over here at Santa Teresa where we've got people that live right in front that can't attend. So if it is at all possible to, I'm not asking you to promise anything, but if it's at all possible, because I'm not too familiar with the Vado community too, where, I would hate to see the same situation where if I live, I don't know how the community is, but like same situation, and that I have to take a bus and be bused somewhere else. It's just food for thought, sir.
Right. No, I appreciate that.
Okay. I believe Mrs. Secretary Rodriguez had some questions. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam President. The only question that I have is, I know it says progressive phase out of facility, temporary middle school facility. I just can't picture that happening. What is the plan for that? Because the numbers at the middle school is quite bigger than what it actually can house, right? So what are we looking at?
We would, Madam President, board members, thank you for the question. We would have to probably look at some portables and do some additions to that to expand the capacity, but with portals would be our solution. And we have a lot of room on that campus. There's a lot of square footage, or acreage, if you will, to be able to add that if we so chose.
And so my next question would be after that, because over here we're talking about it being a pre-K, and then later on perhaps utilizing for that. What is the plan for that facility?
That particular campus, I have to tell you, while Sunland Park is an age campus, Mesquite as a facility is in really rough shape. And so, I think we need to have some conversations about what that might look like. It will take significant investments to get that up, to something that we want. One idea that was floated, and again, this is not in the facility master plan, it was just an idea that creates some kind of youth facility for the youth of our district, so that you could have basically, one of the things that's hard to run a youth camps and things is access to facilities. You have to work around the high school. You have to work around the middle school. If you created something that basically gave the elementary age kids access to a gym and playing fields year-round, you probably then could sustain a program, and you're not trying to work around other entities that are using it. That's one thought that was been kind of thrown out there. It is a very aged facility, though. It's going to need quite a bit of work.
If I may piggyback on what you just said, sir. So we're willing to make the proposal to close it and then possibly use it for a youth facility, which means we would have to remodel it. So we're still making the expense. But I guess the argument would be it's staffing and our budget.
Madam President, board members, you absolutely are correct. The long-term expense to any school has nothing to do with the building. It has to do with the staffing of it, because it's year-over-year recurring expenses.
Other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, I don't think we have any, so thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 10G, discussion regarding possible consolidation of Loma Linda Elementary with Anthony Elementary, Gadsden Elementary, and Berino Elementary.
Madam President, board members, I promise this is the last bad news for the night. Again, very similar pattern, but I want you to study these numbers, okay? This one really shocked me a little bit. Now, first of all, the difference in this one, everything's very similar, except my recommendation would be to do this in the 24-25 school year. And there's a very important reason behind that. I would like to bring in someone to help us study the area around Loma Linda, Anthony, Gadsden, and Berino to make sure we set these district boundaries correctly, because it's we're dealing now with 4 schools down to 3, and we want to set this correctly so that there is some new development, and we'd want to be able to sustain that, obviously, if we needed to. So Again, it would be a year down the road. There is adequate space, no question. 297 students currently enrolled at Loma Linda, and 512 spaces between the other 3 schools. Next slide, please. This will give you the numbers. So look at Anthony. Anthony, 10 years ago, 423 students. Today, 324 students. Berino, 548 10 years ago, 353 today. Gadsden, 534, down to 419 today. Loma Linda, 481, 297. Next slide, please. This one will be them graphed, same information, just graphed. You see your clear reduction. And the next slide, this is the one that kind of shocked me a little bit. 10 years ago, between these 4 schools, you had 1,986 students. Today, 1,363. That's just, it really, that number shocked me, really. That's enormous, right? And nothing right now tells me, there's no indicator that tells me it's going to go back up. That's why I'm really bringing this to the board, because I want you to know this is what I see coming. If there was an indicator that said, oh, they're going to build a factory, this is going to open up, major jobs are going to come in, we might see a shift, but I right now don't see that. Nothing tells me that that's going to change. Next slide, please. So a little bit different, we're having the conversation of this, we got to meet with Loma Linda staff. I want to get their input. Community meeting, these are tentative dates. Proposed action, March, could be pushed off. Attendance zones I said likely, definitely need to be adjusted. We're going to have to figure that out. Keep in mind, a lot of this is driven by these 6th grade STEM academies. We'll be pulling 6th graders off those campuses. You'll be dropping 80, 90, 100, 120 kids right out of the gate very quickly. So, and then implementation would be the 24-25 school year, allowing us a little bit more time to study these attendance zones. My proposal with Loma Linda is a building. Did I do a slide on this? Is there one more slide, Mr. Snowden? I can't remember. No. Loma Linda, what I would propose with Loma Linda, I wouldn't do anything. We've made some investments in Loma Linda. It's got a new HVAC system. It's got some, it's in decent condition. My proposal would be we utilize it as a training center for several years, because if we saw growth, we could very quickly shift back and reopen an elementary if we got ourselves in a, so I would try to leave that as a campus that, we had some growth, we need a space for kids, and I could bus them and bring them in. So that leaves me a little bit of a backup plan and a little bit of space if I needed it. We could utilize it easily for staff development. It's got large spaces, large cafeteria, library, those spaces, which would be very easy to utilize temporarily. And we would really, I'm saying, we'll keep it up to date and keep it operating in case we saw some growth, we could very quickly transition.
Questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President, I have a question. So you had mentioned about the splash pad or whatever it is. In that area, was it, somehow I think that there was some housing also.
There is.
So have we considered that? And then the Berino area, there's some houses that are being also there constructed. So have we looked into what the possibility would be?
Madam President, Board Member Secretary Rodriguez, that is really why I'm proposing we hold off on this a year and bring in somebody to study that specific, what are we talking about in terms of development? What would it look like to make sure we don't get ourselves in a situation where we make a decision and have to shift back? I would never want to have to do that. So, I'm coming this from a superintendent, from a financial standpoint, but also realize, you can push too hard. I just want to lay out pretty much the worst case scenarios so that the board, you're aware of what may need to occur, and it may not be in the time frame we're laying out, but it still may need to happen, and it doesn't shock you. You kind of got an idea what we're looking at down the road.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Rodriguez said, because yes, when we had, not Pedro Infante, Mario Infante, Mr. Infante.
Oh, yeah, Mario.
Pedro
Yeah,
Infante.
Mr. Infante.
Mr. Infante from the city manager, from Anthony. He did mention that they purchased those Lagos golf course with the plans of bringing medical and the possibility of having people live there, so they don't have to commute. So definitely, who would you be hiring to look at and study?
Madam President, board members, there's definitely some organizations that would come in and do some community studies for us. And I would utilize some work with the city to try to figure out what their plans are and try to align our efforts. The conversation, we're having a lot of conversations around the medical facility they're proposing. And really that has to do with Gadsden High School and trying to create some expand opportunities for our students in terms of biomedical pathways. But there is some housing, some also, though, more of a temporary housing where medical professionals would temporarily stay there, work at the facility over 6 months or so, and then go back home wherever that may be. But there is some housing proposed in this, and I do think there's potential for Anthony to become kind of a suburb of El Paso or others. I think there's some potential for that. So I want to be careful that, I may not be able to assess what it looks like 10 years from now, and I'd like to bring in somebody to help us with that.
And is there, again, a dual language? So we've got Loma Linda transitional model, Anthony transitional model, Gadsden transitional model, Berino dual language. Is there any plans for any of these to start making that transition?
Madam President, board members, I believe Anthony Elementary has opened the conversation about the potential of becoming a dual language campus.
We also have Loma Linda has already started.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anthony's going to one next year.
Okay. Any further questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
Mr. Castillo.
there's some development going on behind Loma Linda.
Yeah.
But, that being said, they start and then they get stuck. And then they start again and they get stuck. I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with this city, Mr. Infante, but, I mean, I think Mr. Dempsey's right in saying, holding up, because, again, when we had that Saturday workshop, they were talking about, it sounded like they wanted to, make that spot 100, lots. I think it's, they're going to be crammed in there, but, that's neither here nor there. But again, we would definitely have to study, because in a perfect world, I mean, those houses just pop up, houses, mobile homes, whatever, and that could feed Loma Linda back up.
Yep.
But again, my deal is that it hasn't been consistent enough to say, it's coming. Again, I mean, they've blocked the road there for freaking months at a standstill. I mean, I don't know, but it's, I think, we definitely have to look at it. So.
I appreciate you saying that comment, because I know Mr. Lyons was talking about a different area, but when you say cram, but I guess because they're thinking of building up, maybe, instead of, I don't know.
Over here, over there, they're gonna freaking cram it. If they want, if they're talking 100 houses in that spot, again, I don't see where, but, my numbers might be wrong.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 10H, our monthly budget report for the month ending November 30th, 2022. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Martinez are going to present this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. I bring to you for discussion the executive summary for November 30th, 2022. As of November 30th, operational fund revenues were $60.4 million, or 41.99% of budgeted revenues. Expenditures were $50.6 million, or approximately 26.39% of budgeted expenditures. The November operational fund cash balance before loans was $77.1 million. After temporary loans of 8.8, that amount was reduced to $68.3 million. As of November 30th, the PED and other grant agencies owed the district approximately $10.8 million for grant fund expenditures and $4 million for student nutrition. I want to pause here and just let you know that that is $15 million. I don't think we've seen the district float this kind of amount of money in the past, and we expect that will probably continue to go because of the ESSER and stimulus monies that we've received. Total revenues for all funds were $103.6 million, and total expenditures were $87.6 million. Direct instruction expenditures plus encumbrances were 64.34% of the total operational fund expenditures, and all accounts were in compliance with pledged collateral. On the next page, you can see the monthly review. And in the month of November, we did not have any violations for after the facts, procurement card purchases, and bank deposits in excess of 24 hours. Questions?
Questions, comments, concerns? I do have just one question or comment. Who would we talk to hold the, I don't know if it's the PED accountable, because it's not just happening in Gadsden where we're not getting monies for grants, and it's ridiculous. Who do we call, or?
Money for what, I'm sorry?
For like, for example, you reported that the PED owes money, and so we are in a very, for the district that we're in a very similar situation where our monies have not carried over, and so has that affected, it sounds like it has affected our district?
It does. There has been a delay, but it's not just the delay, it's also the amount of money we're working with. I mean, we are working with a lot of stimulus money. We've gotten a lot of grants, and we're working really hard to spend down all that money. And so when you're spending it all in the same time, or, we have certain deadlines we need to meet, that's when that's part of the reason there is that increase, significant increase.
Okay.
And now that we're starting to spend our ARP funds, I expect that'll continue to rise.
If there's any further questions, I believe so. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Sure,
Ms.
thank
Martinez.
you.
And with that, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session, personal session pursuant to 10-15-1, H-2, NMSA 1978, as amended for superintendent and associate superintendent's report on recent personnel action and issues, employees on administrative leave with pay, employee grievances, and employee issues.
Mr. Castillo has made a motion that we enter into closed session. Superintendent Dempsey.
So recommend.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Mr. Cano?
Aye.
Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Ms. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Murillo?
Aye.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. We are now in closed session. Folks, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Be safe on your way home. Take care.